So good morning, everyone. My name is Silver Tambur. I'm one of the moderators, or actually the main moderator today throughout the day. I'm the chief editor of Taltech's online portal Trialogue, and I'm delighted to be here. So welcome to the Smart City Exchange Forum 2025, people who are here and also people who watch us online. We are here today because cities are more than just buildings and infrastructure. They are living ecosystems shaped by data, AI, and governance. As we navigate the intersection of technology and urban life, we must ask, how can we ensure that innovation truly serves people and the planet? As the French architect and Harvard professor Antoine Picon once said, smart cities are not about technology, but about using technology to make cities more human. That is our challenge and also our opportunity. Throughout the day, we'll hear from city leaders, researchers, and tech innovators who are turning bold ideas into real solutions. We'll explore how partnerships, regulation, and emerging urban technologies can work together to create resilient, people-centered cities. You can also participate in Slido. The code is on your screen. You can ask questions through Slido. So let's make this forum for real exchange, ask tough questions, share insights, and most importantly, shape the cities of tomorrow today. Welcome, and let's get started. And I'm delighted to give a floor for the opening words for the Mayor of Tallinn, Mr. Evgeny Ossinovski. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. And to begin with, I'd like to thank Tallinn Technical University to be engaged in urban issues in separate ways and being a good partner for the city of Tallinn and also our state government and many other municipalities. Of course, thanks to all of you who have traveled here from afar to take part in this event. We ordered some snow to mask the effects of climate change. We basically didn't have a winter again, but today we can still enjoy some snow here. Whenever we talk about cities, it's often conceptualized in a way of problems that urbanization brings, and obviously with majority of world population living in cities, and in Estonia more than 70% of people living in cities, there are some challenges, but a fundamental fact is that cities are fantastic places of human endeavor. Although we all often speak of problems, most of the economic activity occurs here, most of the innovation occurs here, most of the culture occurs here, pretty much everything good about human life occurs actually in cities. Regional policy is also important, but for other reasons. Because obviously bringing many people together unleashes the energy of humans as social beings, and that is why cities are so fantastic places. But of course, managing bigger groups of humans is always a challenge, and one has to do that in a proper structured way. So obviously, if we look at also here in Tallinn, but worldwide, the expectations of city dwellers are increasing. But not only are they increasing towards the city government, not only are they increasing, but they're also becoming more conflictual. So that's things that are demanded by local population are not the same. And many of the tenants inside it are actually conflictual. And if they are not democratically managed, then you will get into real problems. In some places that might be described in terms of social turmoil, but in others, I think you could get to a sort of emotional state that is that promotes solutions that do more harm than good. Also here now in Estonia, I've been surprised Estonian colleagues understand what I talk about, that there are politicians who are also grabbing a chainsaw. And it's been quite surprising to see how one can get to that sort of logic or thinking that actually the solution to the problems that we face could somehow involve a chainsaw to the public sector and public services that are provided. I think that chainsaw is not just a symbol of stupidity when it comes to public administration. It's okay to cut wood. But more importantly, I think it's a symbol of a lack of real solutions, that you are not able to actually come up with solutions that work, and instead of that you engage in something that looks like a real thing, but will do more harm than good. When it comes to cities and Tallinn in particular, I think that there are two main issues that we are dealing with, and they are sustainability and inclusiveness. Sustainability obviously gets a lot of attention these days all across Europe, also among the electorate, and not always in a positive way. But clearly, with acute climate crisis, we are currently in the situation where first of all, of course, there is a necessity to do what is needed to be done to mitigate climate change, and cities here are on the front line in terms of the fastest and most efficient measures. And I think that the potential of the cities in climate action is unrealized up until now properly. If you look, for example, at the European funding mechanism, that they're mostly nation-state based and looking for a big, like nationwide solutions. But usually cities actually have hundreds of projects in the pipeline. With adequate funding, we could actually achieve results much faster than the state governments do. That's first part. Second part, of course, is adaptation. Cities will be are on the forefront of adaptation. In Estonian countryside, you don't need to worry that much about floods of heat waves. Their nature will help us without any real engineering. But in cities is where you actually need to do that. Second, of course, is inclusiveness, which gets much less attention, and it's not only a matter of human suffering, which is or can be much more serious problem in cities, because the social safety net of a small community is not present here. But it's also fundamentally a matter of democracy, of inclusiveness, of actually working for the people who live here, and those issues, I think, get much less attention globally than they should. So in Tallinn here, in my understanding, we actually need to work on both at the same time. So how to create a sustainable city that is at the same time inclusive. Keeping in mind also that, of course, inequalities, including social inequalities, income inequalities, all types of inequalities are much more pronounced in cities than in the countryside. Now, coming to innovation and smart solutions, then people usually think about, cutting edge technologies that are not there yet. But in most instances, it's actually not the case. For example, heating is in Tallinn is one of the biggest climate or biggest issues in terms of climate emissions or CO2 emissions. And here we will be climate neutral in our district heating by 2030, getting rid of fossil gas. What we do, we need for that more district heating pipes, industrial heat pumps, heat accumulation tanks, and heat exchangers. They are fantastic pieces of technology, but they are not particularly cutting edge. What is necessary in order to achieve those results is an actual, good governance and partnership with companies that actually do that with a good regulatory framework, and you achieve results. And the same is true of many other things. There are issues that for solving of which we still are waiting for some new technological solutions, but mostly we're underusing the solutions that technologically are already there because we are not able to collaborate properly, to fund them properly, or we don't have enough data for that. Tallinn has, of course, compared to most other municipalities, we've been very much engaged with scientific community, with universities on many solutions that we use here, be it in transportation, nature-based solutions, in rainwater, and so on. But compared to the challenges at hand, of course, we're still only at the beginning of the journey. Last year, our common projects with universities amounted to 800,000 euros, which is much more than in most other municipalities, but for a city with an annual budget of more than 1 billion euros, then it's of course a drop in the sea. And this is something that's the culture that we still need to foster in order to be better and really use those solutions that our scientists and our innovative companies here have already at hand and that can be implemented in Tallinn. And I think that the main question, of course, is innovation culture of the public sector. Compared to many other countries and many other cities, we are doing very well. But to be honest, we need to be much better. And it all starts with, I think, with an ambition. And as I've said to the city officials and city government, that being the best municipality in Estonia is very easy for Tallinn. We don't really need to do much to be the best here. But that's not really an ambition to work on. If you think about Estonian potential here, about where Tallinn is already now, then ambition of being the best in the region, I think, is a minimum. And in some spheres, being best in the world is something that is fully achievable if we actually put our mind to it and have an adequate, ambitious plan to do that. So this is something that we try to implement on our side, and of course we're very happy and looking forward for concrete proposals and ideas from the side of scientific community and practitioners to help us achieve that goal. So to sum up, I think that what is really necessary in this regard is to put away the chainsaw, diagnose precisely what are the bottlenecks of our public administrations, what is on the way of actually achieving our goals, and then use data and best solutions available to come up with the adequate solutions to the challenges that we face. I'd like to welcome you once again here in Tallinn, and I wish you a good day and inspiration in terms of collaboration with your colleagues, and also hopefully some great solutions that we could implement here in Tallinn. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Evgeny Osnovsky, the Mayor of Tallinn, and my colleagues also has got a little souvenir for you. Next, I'm delighted to introduce Rainer Kattel, who will give a keynote on the topic of governance in times of change and uncertainty, dynamic capabilities in the public sector. Few words about Rainer Kattel as well. He's a professor of innovation and public governance at the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose, University College of London, and adjunct professor at Ragnar Nurk's Department of Innovation and Governance at Tallinn. He has studied philosophy, political philosophy, classics, and public administration at the University of Tartu and the University of Marburg. He led the Ragnar Nurk's School of Innovation and Governance for a decade, shaping it into a regional leader. An expert for the OECD, UNDP, and the European Commission, he has advised the Estonian government on digital policy and currently chairs also the country's Gender Equality Council. A widely published scholar on innovation policy and governance, he received Estonia's National Science Award in 2013. Welcome, Rainer.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks. I'm actually wondering, how do I move the slides? Oh, yeah, good. Thank you. Yeah, it's a very Estonian setting. Everybody's pulled back, so it's like. So for the speaker, it's of course much difficult to speak this way. So I might move around and try to capture your temperature as well. I don't know how it's online, so with the camera is there. So I hope it's not too difficult to follow me. Yeah, so I will pretty much pick up from where Evgeny left off. How do you get the innovative culture in the city governments without taking the chainsaw? Because I think that's really the challenge. I think we all know how we get dynamic governments when we have a real crisis like COVID. Then we mobilize, get together, and we now also see the very dynamic government with a chainsaw, which of course nobody actually really wants, and planes starts to fall from the skies and things like that. So how do we actually balance living in the not very maybe normal times, because there's lots of crises around, but how do we actually have city governments on a day-to-day basis that are actually dynamic, support innovation, and actually help us reach the goals that Evgeny was so nicely talking about. So this is what I will try to talk about, and I'll present quite a bit from my ongoing research, and you'll see a lot of examples, hopefully, from other cities as well. But to start from, I think one of the key issues, particularly for the entire day, I think we have to realize that when we talk about innovation, artificial intelligence, AI, digital solutions, they are all by nature political in a sense that we have to decide as a society what direction we want them to go. So of course, if you today think about AI in public sector, you can see how easily it can make public sector more efficient. You can easily fire your secretary very soon. But that's probably not a good idea, or not only good use of AI, because what else can we do with AI in terms of smarter decision-making, smarter analysis, smarter engagement processes? All of these things are what AI also enables us. And so it's up to us to decide which direction AI goes. There's no sort of logic inherent to AI that is only about efficiency in governments. It can also be many other things. So it's up to us to decide. And that's why we need what we call those capabilities in city governments and other governments to help shape the direction of innovation in urban spaces, in technologies more widely. And of course, we all know we live in this world of polycrisis, and I think in one way it is also easy to say that this makes things more difficult, it makes things more hectic, but as I will show you, a lot of cities actually use this polycrisis world also to innovate. They use it as a starting point to start rethinking the urban spaces, the way they develop spaces, that they would develop mobility, or the way that we think about data as well, for instance. So this sort of the permanent crisis that we are living in, from climate, from migration, for all of those other issues, are actually also sources of innovation and sources of change in city governments. So when we look at the way typically governments functions, we all know how governments like to function. They like to write very long papers, 500 pages, engage kind of everybody, then sort of let it go, leave it out in the world. And that's what we call the policy sort of waterfall. It just comes to you as a business or a citizen, And it is always a very linear process. And then 5 years later, we figure out, well, it didn't actually work, or maybe it did. Nobody knows, because all the people have actually moved on who started it. So there's new politicians, new mayors, or new ministers, or whatever, or new change shows. And so we actually don't really learn in an iterative, agile way. And that's the key challenge for particularly cities, because cities are very often faced with a very day-to-day, mundane issues of a citizen that can be about parking lot here or there, or a playground. It's nothing to do with the big ideas, big climate change. So how do you change this kind of mentality? And so this is what our research has been really about, and I'll sort of bring you like the initial results from the last 2 years of our work, really around the world, from more than 20 cities, from Bogota and Dhaka to cities in Europe and Africa. So we have done lots of research to understand how do you actually change, how do you get more dynamic government. And so this is what we have been hearing from different places. So obviously, one of the issues you have is that city administrators and public administration in general, of course, like to follow the rules. And as we now see in the US and with Dodge, it's actually a very good idea to follow the rules, because if people don't follow the rules, well, you get oligarchy and all of those things that are actually not nice at all. So following the rules as such is not a bad thing, but how do you actually, in addition to following the rules, how do you get also the innovation and an innovation culture in cities is something that is really challenging. So how do you balance this sort of the need for stability and predictability, but also the need for innovation? And this is what I think city governments are really interesting, and really creatively, how do they do it? So one as I already mentioned, I think most city governments are really dealing with a very small, very sort of a detailed questions that it's very difficult for them to actually see the bigger picture and to deal with the bigger picture. So obviously, when we talk about those capabilities that are needed, they need to be around much broader awareness, much broader focus on what can we do. And again, what we hear from cities is that actually city governments and administrators are really like to solve problems among each other rather than with citizens. So it's very much about sort of how do we shift papers and documents from one office to the other, or how do we shift also problems from one office to the other. So how do you change that, and how do you get a much more collaborative culture is a key question as well. And of course, city governments are chronically underfunded, so it's very easy to shift actually your need for capabilities to others, to either outsource, to work with somebody together. Sometimes it's really good. You can work really well together with universities or other actors, but it's also really easy to outsource critical capabilities. So you don't actually learn. So how do you actually build your teams, upgrade them, upskill them continuously is another key challenge for cities to deal with. And what we see is actually that many city governments are starting to adapt. There is a couple of examples really across the world. You see Bogota being, and Latin America in general, being increasingly what I would call a leader in urban regeneration and urban rethinking the way we do urban governance. We can even call it a new wave of Latin American urbanism that is really interesting, because it's mostly dominated by female mayors, and that they bring the gendered perspective to the city space. How do we think about the city blocks, city transportation systems around care rather than around getting more quickly from one place to another? And of course, Barcelona and their focus on digital and democratic digital rights is very famous already, but also Seattle, for instance, with their digital and innovation teams. So there's really interesting examples emerging how cities are dealing with those challenges that I just mentioned. So what we are really interested in, what are those capabilities that we can see city governments around the world are nurturing to have more dynamic, more innovative focuses. And we call them sort of a set of capabilities, dynamic capabilities that really help public sector organizations and cities to adapt and transform what they do. So to learn what you do well and to do that more, and to discontinue things that you don't do well, and also to adapt to the challenges that are emerging around you, from climate and all of those other issues like migration or wars. So just a brief definition, and we don't need to go into that in more detail, but these are a set of decision-making processes and other capabilities that are very often around the leadership, department heads, heads of planning, budgeting, and so forth, that is very much around sort of how do we use our existing resources, how do we we redirect them to other or new increasing activities that we need to be focusing on, and actually how do we learn it. So these are some of the capabilities that we see. City governments are both using them in day-to-day things, but they're also thinking about how do you continuously improve, but also in terms of looking at slow burn challenges, for instance, like climate change, and also, of course, for crisis. So we have found that there are a set of those 5 capabilities, and they're really, in some ways, there's a lot of almost like a sequence in them. Cities very often start from how do we actually make sense around the challenges that we have, sort of what we call a sort of critical strategic awareness. How do you cultivate throughout your organization that people in departments, in department heads, have this awareness of the emerging crises or emerging issues, but also things that don't work well. So how we all focus rather than the minutiae of every day that I have a citizen that is complaining about a pothole, which is also very important. How do you actually have a broader awareness around issues around your city district or the city as such? And then, of course, once you have this awareness in your organization, so how do you actually adapt? How do you go from planning documents and change them? How do you shift priorities? How do you shift resources around those priorities? This is often a very long, winding process, so how do you make that quicker is another critical capability for cities. And of course, once you realize what you need to be doing, how do you actually build coalitions? How do you coordinate across city government? But you very often need support from businesses, where you very often might need support from universities or external funders that are out there, either development banks like World Bank or other places like Bloomberg, for instance, that is very important funder of city innovations around the world. So how do you actually are able to collaborate with them? And once you get those funding resources, are you able to transform your teams? Are you able to upskill them? Are you able to create new teams that are able to collaborate together? And then are you able to take those learnings and continuously change the way your organization works on an everyday basis? So even if a citizen is complaining about the pothole, this complaint now falls in a different place in your sort of organization. You understand that this is a bigger issue. How do we actually gather information, for instance? So, and just sort of looking at how cities are, where are these capabilities then actually located, we very often see that these capabilities not only about the mayors. Mayors are very important, but of course there are very different mayoral systems. Not in all cities, mayors are very powerful. In some cities they're much less powerful. And of course countries have very different levels of how central governments and cities work together. So there's all kinds of differences, but it is very often around key leadership positions that are very important for strategic awareness. So these are department heads, heads of digital teams, heads of innovation that are really importantly driving this. What are the tools? There's lots of foresight, horizon scanning, futures thinking. There's all kinds of methodologies out there that we see that cities are using. And here is an example from a Sydney government as well. The same if you look at the adopting focus areas, how are cities actually doing it? It very often happens on the level of policy and political documents, but it again relies very much on political and managerial leadership to actually deliver that change. So again, like Evgeny Osinovsky was just here, he is really very much a typical carrier of these kind of capabilities. And I think he also mentioned that how this adaptation is key and very important to be able to continuously think about whether, yes, we have a broad goals, but our sort of smallest scale goals, are they actually following and helping us to get there? And of course, as I said, sort of building coalitions is often very important for cities because cities are really very often quite tightly regulated by the central government. So their funding is driven by central governments, either taxes. Very few cities in the world actually can raise their own taxes. So you're depending on central government, or you're depending on other outside funders like World Bank and others, as I mentioned already. So how do you actually get there is something that is very important, and building those coalitions or using tools like procurement, for instance, more smartly can be really important in these kind of processes. And of course, transforming themes, again, we see here as across the bay here, city of Turku example, building those hybrid or interdisciplinary teams is something that is increasingly relevant for city governments. So how are you able to build teams? Very often in cities, you find that, for instance, in digital teams, there are very smart people can you bring them across to planning, for instance, or to budgeting, which are much more traditional, much more hierarchical, and much more sort of process-driven teams? Digital teams are usually much more agile and driven by learning. Can you bring them across to other teams and help them change as well? And similarly, I think we see that a lot of the things around experimentation and innovation, we see cities are, particularly in European context, are like world champions in piloting. So I think every city runs a pilot almost on a daily basis, and the European Union is super happy to fund it. But I think what's much more difficult is actually to learn from that piloting, let alone scale pilots on a citywide case, or let alone take one city in a country and scale to other cities as well. So I think this is something, for instance, you see here's an example from Barcelona, but I think also, like, for instance, Amsterdam is a really interesting case, and Netherlands in general, where the central government takes the role of developing use cases from one city so that other cities can use the same use case. So if I want to do a smarter procurement process that is more sustainable, I don't have to invent that process. I can learn from another city that already has made available sort of open source documentation for me to use and copy in my city as well. So how do you embed this kind of experimentation that is not only going from pilot to pilot, is something that is very important as well. So just to finish off, coming back, innovation is political, and I think there's lots of capabilities for city governments they can use to shape that space in terms of technology, in terms of urban governance in general, and these are the capabilities that hopefully I showed you. So if you're interested in, there's lots of sort of materials on our website that we have put out, and get in touch if you want to collaborate, and we'll come to your city and do a workshop and work with you, or if you want to study with us, you can come and study with us as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rainer. Could we just, that's what I just wanted to remind everyone. So you can also ask questions through Slido. So you just go to slido.com, and it's a hashtag SCEF2025. But we also can take questions directly from the audience. So just raise your hand, and my colleague will come to you with a microphone. I've got a quick, simple question for you. Since we are in Tallinn, how would you see the smart cities evolving in, sort of 10 to 20 years? And what would be your advice to Tallinn?
Well, I think smart city, in an interesting sense, has itself gone through a lot of evolution. I think when you go back 10, 15 years ago, smart city was very much what we would today see almost like an analog city idea, that we put some sensors here and there, we measure. It's much more sort of a static understanding of a city, I think, looking what is happening in a city. Now I think we think about smart city in much more around how do you actually take the innovation that you can have and try to shape city through that innovation, for instance, in terms of urban planning, and understand planning from a much more human-centered perspective rather than from a perspective of cars or from data or things like that. So I think smart city, we're probably in smart city 5.0 or whatever that is already. It's changing quite a lot. In terms of Tallinn, I think, it's always interesting to, because I still have a 1 foot in Tallinn as well. So it's, I was just walking through this quarter here. I happen to live very close, but I haven't been here. So it's kind of interesting to see how Tallinn is obviously growing and changing very rapidly. But I think it was very interesting to hear from Evgeny as well that equity and inequality is one of the focus of Tallinn. And I think this is, you can really see why it needs to be much more focusing on making sure that the urban spaces and environments don't become too uniform. Too many people like us sitting in the same rooms discussing about the city and not enough diversity. I think that can be a challenge because then you develop a groupthink and you sort of start to see the city in a very similar light.
Since you live in London, any tips from London to Tallinn?
Yeah, I mean, London has a very, very good digital and data team. I think they're one of the leaders have been one of the leaders in the world. How do you use and share data and make it open for democratically political processes, but also for startups? So I think that's one of the key lessons from London, I think, so far.
Thank you. Right, any questions from the audience? Be brave. Okay,
Please introduce yourself as well, if you could. Thank you. Hello, I'm Külle Tärno from the Finest Center, and I was wondering, as we are working with many cities, and in some there are strategic unit or innovation unit or smart city unit, and then there are those traditional units.
Right.
And in many cases, the cooperation really does not work. Do you have any good tips? I've seen also some good examples. How do you really get the real collaboration that those people can get the other peoples on the way and don't just do innovations for doing innovations?
Yeah, it's a great question, and in many ways sort of goes back to the transforming teams capability that I was talking about. And I have a good example from a Brazilian city, Recife, which is close to Rio de Janeiro, and it's a really nice place. But what they have an exceptionally good digital team, like, as I said, in many cities, because digital space is evolving very quickly, and there's lots of things you can do. And what they have done, they have created essentially weekly lunches with planning teams, and they have created joint WhatsApp groups and things like that, what we sort of in technical language we can call like a community of practice. So rather than telling other teams that you are backward and old-fashioned, whatnot, let's just have a common lunch every other now and then. Let's sort of try to find us maybe a small project that we can work together, because this way, you know, there is a spillover not only from digital teams to planning teams, but also the other way around. I think that very often what digital teams lack is actually on the sort of the fine-grained understanding how difficult some of the financial and planning processes are, because they're very often deeply rooted in legal and frameworks that you can't just change. In digital space, it's very easy to say, let's take this website down and replace it with another one. But it's very difficult to say, let's take the constitution of a country and change it. As we now see in the US, it's very, very difficult and probably a bad process. So I think it's also useful for digital teams to understand that, for instance, planning is a very long, winding and challenging process that has lots of difficulties, but also finance, for instance, and things like that. So I think this sort of mutual learning communities, which is particularly cities, is very easy to do, because we very often work in the same office building. So you might as well go for lunch together.
Thank you. And we've got a question through Slido as well. How well is your claim innovation is political agreed in the academia? How would you assess the proportions who agree and disagree?
The innovation is political. That's a good question, how many agree. But I think that, of course, those who agree are right, and those who don't. But I know it. But I think it obviously depends, you know, if you on a deeper level, because we are humans and nobody's perfect. We're all living in a political space because we always have to discuss and agree how do we shape our joint action. So once you step outside of your home, you're in a political space in many ways anyways. So, but I think there's increasingly, so if you look at around sustainability studies, sustainability by nature is not something that would happen anyway. So it requires common action, it requires collective action, it requires agreement. So it is a political process by nature. So it's just a matter of how much we take that seriously or not.
Thank you. Any more questions from the audience? Okay, in that case, we'll let you go, Rainer. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next one will be a presentation, will be given by Einari Kisel on a topic of governance challenges in energy transition. Einari is a professor of practice on energy policies in Finest Center for Smart Cities. He is a seasoned transitions manager with extensive experience in the electricity sector. He has led energy policy making in government and managed international networks as well. His leadership roles span Eesti Energia, Estonian Energy, is the state-owned company who, if anyone's not aware, also the Minister of Economic Affairs and Communications, and the World Energy Council in London. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Silver. And all good. Thank you. Yes, indeed. Well, actually, if I was preparing this presentation, then I had a lot of doubts at, well, actually, how it relates to all of the agenda here. But luckily, I can already now say that actually it relates very well with the keywords that were presented by Yevgeny Ossinovsky, speaking about the sustainability challenges and the governance of the sustainability in cities. And also with Rainer, let's say, speaking about the innovation being political, yes, indeed. It is a challenge that basically daily all of the policymakers are facing. So when we're speaking about the challenges in the energy transition, then, well, green energy transition, you all know basically that usually when it's talked about, it's a lot about technologies that has to be presented and introduced in the country in order to be more efficient, reduce the carbon emissions, and so on and so forth. But in the same time, it's also about the transition from the large centralized systems into small and decentralized systems. It's a transition from the dispatchable energy towards the non-dispatchable energy. And we're moving from one energy system to a completely new one. And in between, we have to keep the lights on 24/7, 60 minutes, 60 seconds basically in every second. So it means that we have to be very careful how we manage all of these transitions in political level, in company level, in society level. And if you try to put it into one picture, well, it's quite diverse. Well, you have to look at the very different aspects of all of these green energy transition. I will not go into all of these bullets here that you would need to look at, but what we see in practice is that if this kind of transition should be promoted mainly by firstly from the politicians, then the companies are the ones who actually usually need to do the investments. And if you try to put yourself into the shoes of the company, then you would find that, say, all of these political and the market risks that are around there are actually too high to take just the action and make the investments. So you might also see that if you're a company, then the EU interests, national interests, and municipal level interests are usually contradictory. And if you try to fit yourself into this whole policy framework, you might find that it's not so easy to be ready to invest. If you speak about the green transition, it's also about the very diverse change that is required. It's not only about electricity that is spoken like 90% of the time in the public. It's also about the heating, it's about the buildings, it's about transport. Everything has to be in one umbrella. And every action in one sphere might also have an impact in the other. So if you think about the ways how this governance of the energy transition has emerged today, it is very strange that, let's say, it's from one hand, you can see publicly that the Green Deal for the EU was kind of such an opening of the, say, big change in the European Union. Then, and based on that, the national targets were set for by the governments. Then the national strategy, then legislation was put forward. And then it all was actually supported or orchestrated in behind by the interested project developers who were, let's say, were willing to put forward some new project, but would also wanted to have a demand for such kind of action as well. And then only when all of this political setting on national level was set, the decisions went back to municipalities that they would actually need to take action. And there you got the NIMBY or banana called build anything near anything, build anything near anything anywhere. And there is also, say, a word called a NIMBY, not in my neighbor's backyard either. So it's very stressful for all of these municipal and also for the companies who are have to do the investments and the decisions about the lands and the environment around them. And if all of this is passed, then usually step in the real investors who make the investments. And what has actually happened there is a kind of urban-rural conflict. Because usually when we speak about the green electricity investments, wind parks, solar, they're all done in rural areas. So nothing, let's say, not much what has been done in cities, where actually people are mainly are the ones who actually say that, well, we have to make ourselves greener. Why so? Why we don't invest actually more also in cities into the green electricity solutions? One might say that, well, yes, we have invested in rooftop solar, that we have sometimes also added some batteries there. But if you look at the city environment today in city center, there are not too many rooftop solars available here. Energy communities have stepped in some areas, in suburban areas, where, say, some of the solutions can be paired with all of the technological solutions. It's interesting to also see that we have kind of even 3 different areas where we can see the energy transition. It's urban transition, suburban transition, and then there's the rural transition as well. So suburban transition is very much about the solar panels paired with batteries. But urban solutions are not too common. So in order to move forward with, for example, the electricity solutions, I have just one example here that might trigger some new thinking. When we speak about the wind, then it's, of course, quite tricky to put these 300-meter windmills into the city environment. But what if we can use some smarter solutions, like traffic-powered windmills? There are very nice solutions already that are applied in some of the cities that have tested such kind of solutions. What they have found that yes, the investment might be bigger, but the time of use of these windmills, if you have all the time passing traffic, is actually much higher than with the traditional electricity windmills. So it's a kind of source that is not so much explored yet. The technical solutions are already there, but the cities are not putting it forward somehow. The other underused source is wind parks along the coastline. Maybe a solution for Tallinn. It's usually much cheaper to build than the traditional offshore parks. And there are, of course, then the questions of the, coastline views that might be harmed. But this is the question that has to be maybe put forward to the citizens. Well, there are always, some small issues coming up with that. Say in case of Estonia, of course, there is also the icing sea that has to be taken into account, and we also see that there is, some restrictions on the defense side. But yeah, this is the points that we can probably get over it. The issue with all of this is that in such kind of projects, there are no private developers. The cities have to take initiative. And this is something that is not so common for the cities. So the politicians of the cities, the city government, basically has to be the one who takes the lead in the project initiation and development. And this is something that needs to be a bit differently approached than usually we have seen in the development of the other projects. So with this small notion, I would like to stop my intervention here, and we'll be ready for some of the questions as well, if you wish. Thank you.
Thank you, Einari. Thank you. Looks like we haven't got Slido questions yet, but anyone from the floor? Just raise your hand. Okay, while waiting that, I've got a quick question again about the future. So how do you already mentioned some of the ideas about what could be implemented in Tallinn, for example. Any more? What's your own view or own kind of ideal future smart city, or specifically Tallinn, for example?
Well, there are several such kind of, say, new ideas that are coming to the market, especially with the, say, associated with AI, or say with the smart management of the energy systems. Actually, Yevgeny Ossinovsky mentioned as well a couple of solutions that are already being invested in, like the heat storages, then also the heat pumps in the grand scale. That would allow the district heating to be more efficient and carbon neutral. The interesting project that is going on also in Estonia in several places now is about using the deep drill geothermal energy. Say if you say drill like around 500 meters below the surface, then the temperatures of the ground is a bit higher already, so you can use this heat actually also for production of the district heating as well. And these kind of solutions are tested already in Estonia, and I think that they will be coming to the market actually within next 10 years.
It was about my next question, but someone has also asked that through Slido. How do we increase the cross-border collaboration between Finland and Estonia to ensure the success of future large-scale energy transition projects? And whose responsibility is to drive the collaboration?
Yeah, well, this is a tricky one. Well, let's say there are, of course, a lot of projects that are working on the electricity interconnections. Let's say whether to say Latvia or to Finland, or also potentially to Sweden. Well, this always can support also the development of the new electricity production facilities in both sides of the Gulf as well. So yes, say we do see that there are a lot of interesting projects. Say also, for example, the underground say pump hydro project that is developed in Paldiski that can, in this case, use much better also the potential of the Finnish electricity markets as well. So there are a number of different options that come along with better integration with the neighbors.
There's another comment on Slido, a comment and a question. I agree that cities need to take initiatives in innovative projects. But what do you exactly mean? And there was a little remark and a question. How would you prevent city pulling out of the project when the next guy comes with a chainsaw? I guess a reference to what's happening in some countries.
This is exactly the governance challenge there. That say these projects usually take years to implement, and much longer time than usually one of the governance. Say the city government is usually in place in Estonia. So there, say if it's commonly agreed among the politicians in the municipalities that such kind of project is actually viable and easy to and reasonable to be invested in, then I think this will strive also forward, I'd say.
Okay, there's another question which is a bit of a wider context. Obviously, it's not just about the cities, but and specifically about Estonia. Please comment this solution for Estonia. Forget nuclear. Estonia's best path is 100% renewables, hydrogen-ready gas, renewables plus hydrogen-ready gas turbines. So, how would you comment on that one?
Well, it's difficult to comment in this perspective. Well, let's say there are some technologies that are not ready for the market. There are some technologies that are not suitable for Estonian conditions. They might be suitable for any other solutions. So when we speak about the nuclear, then it's always the question that, well, how much actually you have to invest in there? And what kind of electricity you will get from there? What would be the price? What would be all of the security that is required and safety that is required to be installed there? What kind of additional infrastructure do you need? When it comes to renewables, then let's say there are a lot of investments flowing in already, and the question is just where is the reasonable level of that it would not hurt the whole operations of the system. Hydrogen today, I'd say price-wise, it's just too expensive. Maybe in 10 years and 15 years, it will be the viable solution. Say we have to be ready for that. So if you today lock in some of the investments for next 20 to 30, maybe even 200 years, then you have to take into account all of these potential changes.
Thank you. Also, there's two questions a bit of along the same route. Should the development of the proposed diversified energy generation, such as those along the roads that you mentioned, be a directive to state energy companies? And another question on the same token, can you name any reasons why there's a lack of private developers in renewable infrastructure in Estonian cities?
Well, let's say I would take the second one before. Let's say usually in cities you don't have land that you can develop for such purposes, and usually if it is there, then it's just much more expensive than in rural areas. That's the main reason why the companies are more looking for the such kind of say rural areas. If you speak about, for example, this traffic-powered electricity solutions, well, all of the roads usually are also the municipality-owned, or in some cases even state-owned. So somebody, and say the road owner, has to take all of the initiatives there. The question about the, say, requirement or the possibility to put all the, say, requirements to invest the state-owned companies, well, being this member of supervisory board of Eesti Energia, I would say that it has already been done, and it hurts a lot the company. So, say in the end of the day, the company itself would not survive all of these requirements that are put on this.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we have to move on. There was a few other questions, but I'm sure Einar stays here for a while, and you can ask him afterwards. Thank you very much indeed, Einar.
Thank you.
Applause for you. Right, so we're moving on with the next presentation, and the next presentation will be given by Aniki Puura, who's a postdoctoral researcher at the Finnish Center for Smart Cities, and the topic is multi-stakeholder collaboration in smart mobility. Just a few words about Aniki. She specializes in social networks and spatial mobility, earning her PhD from the University of Tartu. She explored these dynamics in Estonia using mobile phone data. At the Finnish Center for Smart Cities, she researches stakeholder networks and data cooperation in smart mobility planning. Thank you.
Thank you. So I hope you can hear. So I will take over from this introduction and give you also a bit a background where I'm coming from, especially because this is the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. More than a decade ago, then I started my master's studies back in University of Tartu, where I was part of one group called Mobility Lab, which is known by using mobile big data to study society and different phenomena in it. So a few years later, after I did my studies there, it became clear that because of the new EU regulations related to data protection, the data set became a bit more closed in a way, also for researchers, because the companies who provided the data were afraid of what will be the outcome if something goes wrong. So we had to figure out new ways how to collect the data to do mobility studies. Now in Finance Center, then we have had some discussions with mobile operators, how we can use the mobility data or this mobile positioning data to do some studies. But by now, these companies have their own data products. And if we would like to get access to this original data, then one time I got the response that we can't give you the raw data because you can harm our business. This is the attitude we can see very often when we are going to ask the data from the private sector. And that is also the reason why I have figured out that the problem lies elsewhere than just figuring out like how to do some great studies in mobility field, but the problem is actually how we can open up these data sets for public good. So going further than today, I have been taking the focus of smart mobility as being part of the Finance Centers for Smart Cities. And there are many definitions out there how to define smart mobility, but most of them include some specific keywords like how to integrate technologies, how to do it in a way that we are providing the best services for users, also how they can smoothly switch from one transport mode to another, but also how to do it in a sustainable way. So these are some of the keywords that we are talking about when we are thinking about smart mobility. But what is very often missing in this discourse is actually what is the collaboration behind that. Because when we talk about the smart solutions, then it involves many stakeholders in cities. We have public administrations who have to provide services to their citizens. And they have to take into account also many different aspects, such as also urban inequalities. And it's very tricky to make it in a way that everybody can use these services. And the private sector, they have their own agenda in a way because they're thinking what is the market in a way and how they can sell their services and how they can increase their user base. Then we have society and we have citizens who are more active nowadays because they want to be more involved to co-design their cities. And also they are those we have to listen in a way because they are the reason, and we are also citizens, and we would like to use all these efficient and smooth services. And the final thing, or like this component, is academia and researchers, as we are, who are the component bringing it all together when it comes to these different frameworks and studies, how to combine technology and do it more innovatively. But it's not ending here because we also have different scales. We have urban scale, but we also have to talk about national scale. We have to talk about international scale, also with different stakeholders involved. This is why it becomes even more complicated. And some of the questions we are tackling in Finance Center also relate to how can we create these win-win situations for all, and how we can provide this trusted environment for all these different stakeholders involved in providing or want to boost mobility to be better for all of us. Here is one example coming from smart mobility. Actually, yeah, these are the old slides. I had new ones too. But yeah, this is. There are some questions when we think about user-centric services, and the starting point still is we have to ask who are the users. And what services do they need? And we can ask questions like where they would like to use them, when and why. And then another question is who is providing these services? Because on one part, as I brought it out, it's the city government who have to provide the services for the citizens, but we also have private sector. And what's the balance there? Because one of the things I see is not clear yet how this private sector component may actually increase the inequalities in cities. Because there are some studies done elsewhere that there are service providers who don't want to provide services in places that are not safe. And of course, there are clear reasons why it's that. And also we have to think about different policies involved and also how the data is exchanged, because without the information, we can't come together in a meaningful way. Because when we are adding one mobility provider data on a map, then it will not give you full picture anyway. So we have to think how to do it together. And also the infrastructure that must be organized and coordinated by all. And one is urban mobility. We have the borders, but as you know, that mobility is not limited with the border. Mobility is very hard topic in a way that mobility goes cross-border all the time. When we talk about national scale, we are going to different municipalities, we are working in different municipalities, and also we are more mobile when it comes to international scale as well. And one of the clear examples how the data collaboration works is mobility as a service as a concept. Even in Estonia, we have been trying to develop, and I know that there are still developments in that field right now. And the aim is that we have to make it like good for the user who can easily get access to all the mobility services under one platform and use it also for the payments. Yeah, although we are talking that this is something technical, we are just bringing it together. There are problem again is elsewhere, because we know that we have different infrastructures, technological solutions created by companies, cities, who have to align and become interoperable. And also we have to think about how open they are actually bringing in the data in a way that allows us to provide such services. And so even when we talk about technology, then the bigger question is how to do it in a level of governance of the data. Another example I wanted to give you today is coming from cross-domain. And why it matters is that mobility is not isolated. Mobility is just the one layer in a city, in national scale, international scale, but it comes together with different physical and social phenomena layers. And to actually change something, we have to see them together, as also mentioned by Einari and others, that there are different spheres we have to consider, and when we are making change in another one, then it also affects another. And example is, for example, urban planning, where we are putting different services, where we are putting the infrastructure, also influences how we move. And also there are many others. And here I provided one example of the project. We are also involved in Finance Center for Smart Cities, which is the deployment project of the European Data Space for Smart Communities. And it's in essence, it's a Green Deal data space, but it's focusing on cities and communities and how inside this city and community, all these different domains can come together and share the data. And so we have already some pilot projects ongoing, also related to mobility. So if you would like to go and look up the webpage, then you can also see. And I know also that we have some cities presented here today. And for example, in these projects, what they're doing is that they're bringing the traffic and mobility data together with the weather data or air quality data. So they're figuring out how to bring together these data sets and make it more efficient also in the governance level. So this is something we can't forget, and especially as a geographer, it's about understanding all these layers inside the society. And yeah, this is something I talked about, but the problem is that the data currently is locked, and it limits the ways how we can innovate. And we also have regulatory barriers in a way, and we don't have still yet good common standards that are broadly applied. And what we need is we have to figure out this green part, is that how we can make the data flow in a good way that can give something to everyone involved in that. And data don't have to always flow for free. This is also the thing. But what are the business models we can also integrate in this context? And to conclude, then first, actually, I put it the last point in the first, is that we as a stakeholders here, because we have here people from the governments, we have researchers, we have citizens, we have also businesses here, and we have to think what is the shared goal, because I think one of the main ones is definitely that we would like our environment to be good, and if something happens, then we are able to respond quickly. And that also means arranging different information and data together. And also not only think about mobility and think about what are the connections with other aspects, especially when we are thinking about, as mentioned, that we know that in cities, the inequalities are bigger than elsewhere when we are taking just a spatial unit. And also we have to think how one action taken can affect another where. And here there is an essential role of the data and data governance, because without information we can't make informed decisions in a way. And this is something we are working currently in, and I'm happy that our data team in Finnest is growing even further, and we are starting to take a closer look on that. And this is actually where I'm going to end my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And we haven't got any Slido questions yet. No, not yet, but I've got a quick question for you. Can you bring some practical examples of different collaborations, whether it's international or in the Estonian context?
Whether you mean mobility or...
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Or across domain.
Well, either way.
Of course, I know that it really depends what is the context of the collaboration, because I can give some examples back from Tartu when cities are collaborating with researchers and companies to bring together the data. And something what some people also here today did was that they took data to design this bus network in Tartu. This was something that involved different stakeholders in one place. Another example can also come to this environment we have here, which is the Finnest Center for Smart Cities. And what we're doing here is that actually we are providing this platform and the way of where stakeholders can come together and discuss and actually tackle some concrete and important problems. And this is also what is going to happen in the environment of the projects we are involved in, where there is a great focus on stakeholders and how they have to come together to finally solve what is really important. So this is one example, but of course there are these cross-domain examples as well, but let's keep it here.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions from the floor? Okay, in that case, let's have a big round of applause to Anniki. Thank you very much indeed. And we're moving on with the next panel. Just a little reorganizing on a stage. While we're doing that, I'm going to introduce the panelists. So the next panel will be, its topic is regulatory sandbox and the real world. Is a win-win situation possible? The panel introduction or intro will be given by Egert Juuse. He's a program director of public sector innovation, e-governance and technology governance at Taltech. He's an economist at Taltech's Ragnar Lurk's Department of Innovation and Governance, specializes in financial regulation and fintech policy. He earned his master's in technology governance and PhD on financial fragility in transition economies. His research explores fintech evolution and emerging industries in global value chains. So the panel itself will be moderated by Jarmo Eskelinen. He's a senior advisor at Aalto University and also at Finnish Center for Smart Cities. He's also founder of the company called CityCraft. He's a Finnish executive with 25 years of experience at the intersection of cities, communities, and technology. He has led major research and innovation projects across Finland, Europe, and the UK. He's also previously a data-driven innovation program at the University of Edinburgh, overseeing funding and the creation of 5 data hubs and a supercomputing center. So quite a long CV, I have to say. He's also a champion of open innovation, has served on the Smart London board, co-founded the Open and Agile Smart Cities Network, and presided over the European Network of Living Labs. Right, and the panelists, as I already mentioned, we've got Egert Juuse, and also we have Greta Elva Joema, who's the head of public policy and innovation at Accelerate Estonia. She has led public policy and innovation at Accelerate Estonia for the past few years. Previously, she served as a cyber policy advisor at the Ministry of Defense, Estonian Ministry of Defense, and also as a business diplomacy advisor at the Estonian Foreign Ministry. Then we have Helena Lepp, who's a director of service transformation at the Digital Nation. With over a decade of leadership experience in digital transformation, Helena has led user-centric digital service development at Estonia's Government Chief Information Officer's office. And internationally, she has guided African governments in shaping digital strategies through the African Union, European Union Digital for Development Hub. And also we got Tomasz Laniszek. I hope that I got that pronunciation right. He's the head of unit for development and smart community at the city of Kranja, I think is the right pronunciation, in Slovenia. He has led the Office for Development and Smart Community in the cities in the last 5 years, and also previously held some leadership roles at Goodyear, Dunlop, Slava Tires, huge companies, Slovenia's branch, I guess. He holds a Master of Science in Economics and an MBA from Drury University, along with executive training from IMD in Lausanne. So please welcome all the panelists. Sorry, first off,
Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
If I be in this end, so I see all you guys. But first, we give the floor to Egert.
Yeah, I will take the clicker. So, good morning, everyone. In my rather brief presentation, I will stop on the why and what aspects of a regulatory sandbox so that we are all on the same page and understand what we are talking about, and I will leave the how part for a later panel discussion. Okay, to begin with, we might ask ourselves, what is the rationale for adopting a regulatory sandbox as a policy instrument? Or in other words, what could possibly necessitate sandboxing? And here, to answer that question, we might point out 2 pretty well-known challenges or issues in relation to technological innovation on the one hand and regulation on the other hand. Or let's say the tensions between these two that would eventually warrant us to adopt a regulatory sandbox. Now, the first problem is the so-called pacing problem, which means the regulation's inability to remain relevant in the face of fast-changing technologies. And the second problem is that innovation, including in the context of smart cities, is deemed to be hampered by regulatory framework conditions that then limit the application of new approaches, novel solutions in doing things. So a regulatory sandbox then is supposed to address both these challenges, at least to some extent. Now, what it is then? Generally speaking, a regulatory sandbox could be seen as a safe space for businesses, innovators, to test their new ideas, new solutions with real customers, but they can do it with the benefit of waiver of otherwise applicable regulations. So there is a significant relaxation of rules and regulations for sandbox participants. Now, so far, the sandbox has been adopted mostly in the field of financial services, which have been traditionally been heavily regulated in Europe. And the first adopter was the United Kingdom in 2016, almost 10 years ago. But after that, many countries around the globe followed the example of the UK and even expanded this sandbox format to other policy fields, such as energy, transportation, and even healthcare. That said, there is no single universal approach to sandboxing. So there is no one right format or template to be adopted. So if you look around the experience of other countries, what we can see that there are certain elements or attributes of a regulatory sandbox, starting with threshold eligibility parameters and ending with sandbox exit strategies, and many other elements or parameters in between. Okay, this tool, regulatory sandbox, can serve multiple purposes and it can have many expected benefits. Well, first of all, it is supposed to nurture and support innovation in general. So the benefit from a sandbox is that helps businesses, innovators to test, but more importantly, to learn from these experimental solutions in a controlled environment before bringing it to the full-scale market launch. And relatedly, there is also kind of a reduced time to market cycle. In other words, the time from the conception of idea to the market launch is significantly reduced within this sandbox format. Second objective might be to inform policymaking, right, with the result of improved regulations, improved licensing procedures, and so on and so on, again, through this learning process in the sandbox format. And from the regulator's perspective, it also kind of sends out a signal to the outside world that public sector is open to innovation. We are open to learning from innovation in a collaborative environment. And finally, the aim might be also to involve more systematically stakeholders. So that aligns with the principle of this inclusive or participatory governance. And here, again, the benefit from a sandbox is the implementation of more institutionalized dialogue between regulators and market participants. And through this improved communication, there is also kind of a reduced uncertainty, regulatory uncertainty among market participants. So what is expected of them, what they can do, what they cannot do eventually. So these are just some of the positive sides of a sandbox. There are also downsides and challenges related to sandboxing. First of all, it requires a significant number of regulators to be involved on an individual basis with businesses for an extended period of time, be it 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, or even beyond. And that might turn out to be a rather costly solution if we think from the public funding perspective. Second, success of a regulatory sandbox heavily relies on the, let's say, new skills, knowledge, but also integrity of regulators. So the innovation capacity in terms of ability to design this sandbox and operate this sandbox, or in terms of available resources, time and money, are crucial for a sandbox. So this is something that Professor Katter was talking beforehand. And in the context of a small state, this might be a challenge again. And if we look at the role of the regulators, we kind of see also a dual role of the regulators in the context of a sandbox, which poses another challenge. Because again, on the one hand, they are expected to promote innovation, encourage competition by facilitating new market entries, but at the same time, they need to also protect consumers, citizens, to manage regulatory risks that are involved there in a sandbox. So in a way, they're sitting on two chairs at the same time. Thirdly, our third challenge is the potential of reputational damage, both for a regulator, but also for sandbox participants in the event of post-sandbox failure of the tested product or service or business model. And finally, this participation in a sandbox might develop into a privilege, as it provides some companies, innovators, the possibility to test their products while denying it to others. Not everyone can be accepted to the sandbox. And that might give competitive advantage to the sandbox participants, and we can say that this kind of undermines the principle of level playing field. And at the same time, also, the participation in the sandbox might provide opportunity to influence or even shape the regulation that favors the participants, and that leads to the risk of a regulatory capture. And finally, when it comes to the inflexibility, it relates to the EU membership that also limits the possibilities to waive regulatory requirements, especially in the fields that are heavily regulated from Brussels. Okay, I think that's it from my side about a brief overview.
Very good. That was pretty well on time. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that's the panel done. Well, not quite. Let's dive into the topic. So just as a word of warning, I have prepared a panel in three sort of large domains about the wider landscape, then Estonian view, and third, making it real. And because it's a relatively long time we have here, I will reach out to you guys to help us out so that we'll get questions from the audience and Slido in the middle of the session, not only at the end, but at the end of each section. It's either 2 or 3. We'll see how it goes. Depends on how talkative these guys are. And so get ready with your questions and let's get the ball rolling. I start with a warm-up question you guys haven't seen. I shared the panel sort of outline with you guys beforehand, but I'll start by surprising you. Just to check you where you kind of personally stand on regulatory sandboxes. I start with myself. I've been involved in a few, having worked in the UK. I'm a fan to a certain extent, but I also know it's horrendously cumbersome. So just there's a starting point. So what are some of your stakes? Have you experience on those? And are you kind of, do we have any naysayers here? That would be nice to see if there are people who are actually really doubtful about regulatory sandboxes. That would make a very good conversation, by the way. So maybe Greta, starting with you.
Yes, hi, I'm Greta. Maybe just as a quick background to open up the discussion and why Accelerate Estonia is in this discussion is because, as some of you may know, Accelerate Estonia is a program for helping companies overcome regulatory barriers. We're situated within the Ministry of Economic Affairs, and it has been from experience that now we lead within the ministry the effort to actually create the regulatory framework for experimentation and for creating regulatory sandboxes. And I say it comes from the need because we deal with companies that are either deep tech or they have some novel solutions that are yet either unregulated or the regulation is lagging behind, so it hasn't been updated, so they cannot actually enter the market. So we have to be sort of the bridge between the government and the private sector. So I'll dive into it a little bit deeper as we go on, but I have done some research, a lot of research on the global examples of regulatory sandboxes and how different countries have found solutions suitable for them. And personally, I too am a fan, which is why I think I'm the biggest driver right now of creating the sandboxes within the ministry. So yeah, looking forward to this discussion in more detail.
Thank you, Greta. Let's see if we have a fan club on stage. Helena.
Yeah, from my side, I haven't really been involved in a sandbox as per its definition you gave us, but while I worked in the student government, at the government CIO's office, we worked with internally the digital services in the digital public services. And there we saw the importance of experimentation, but it's also about the objective of the sandbox as well, to enable the experimentation. And there have been and still are some initiatives that are similar inside government, that are similar to sandboxes, also to how to, for example, for AI, how and we test inside government different AI services and solutions for public services. So there are similar initiatives. I've been involved in, I would say more broadly, in experimentation, and also I'm a big fan of it. It helps public sector employees and officials to see a bit broadly, besides their regulations that they're also bounded by. It gives them also a bit of freedom to see what else can we do. So yeah, I'm a fan as well. So sorry to disappoint.
It's fine, it's fine. I expected that might be the case. And Tomas, all the way from Slovenia.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me here. For sure, I like sandboxes, but it was great to come in the middle of the night to the snowbox here, because we are an alpine country. We used to have snow. We don't have snow this year, but it's great to have it here. Well, I'm coming from business, and I'm in the public sector now, helping our mayor, because we are cooperating before when we are both the CEOs and in the companies, and it should be like a short-term, I would say, endeavor, but it's now 5 years already. We do a lot of different things, and a lot of things that are on the cutting edge or on the edge of the also regulatory part. But I have to say that I'm a fan of this out-of-the-box thinking, and also the sandboxes that are possible. One of those that also the Tallinn, the city of Tallinn was involved, and the city of Kranj in Slovenia, as the third biggest city, was involved, and it was actually really comprised by the European Commission Joint Research Center and also Gartner Institute back in 2022, because we were the cities, 5 cities in Europe that were doing some sandboxing in the area of the smart cities. So it was Helsinki and Tallinn together, then Kranj on our own project, and then Guimarães in Portugal and Rotterdam. So a lot of interesting stuff, but you get a lot of headwinds. So it's part of the story. But if you succeed, then at the end, you can really move these limits, and even the regulation locally, nationally, can always then come after you. So one of the latest one, for example, is we are I would say the mission, one of the 100 mission cities. When the European Investment Bank last year in Valencia in June came with 2 billion euros of the funds for these 100 mission cities. In Slovenia, for example, we had the legal framework that was not allowing us as the city to get to these funds. So it was a bit of a challenge on that one, but that was changed a week ago. So, after that, when you are persistent, then a lot of things can happen. So yes, good to be there.
Thank you. Egert, anything additional you want to?
Well, I think I need to be politically correct. As a researcher, I need to stay neutral. Always question, always be a skeptic. So.
Very good. You're closest to a doubter we have here then. We trust on you. Good stuff. No pressures. Very good. Let's start from the wider landscape before then we will zoom to Estonia and making the thing real. There's quite a few benefits already, which we got from Egert's presentation, and some doubts, some cons as well. But there may be others, and let's dive into those. I'll pick one example from the work we did in Edinburgh, which I think is something which hasn't been mentioned yet. As part of the Data-Driven Innovation Initiative, they are running an organization called Smart Data Foundry, which basically pulls together open financial data from financial institutions, mostly from NatWest, and then some from other organizations. And Smart Data Foundry was used the Information Commissioner Officer's regulatory sandbox to test the impact of privacy regulations on managing real financial data from real people in innovation. Cumbersome process, as I said. One of the domains which I think is very interesting and could be applicable for other domains was that they wanted to see out what kind of implications does the GDPR and privacy regulation have when you want to create synthetic data out of real data. So is it a showstopper? Of course, it has to be taken into account, but how clunky is the process? And I'm glad to say that they managed to actually iron out some of the bugs, should I say, from the ICO's office, and also some of the naive anticipations they had about how easy it would be, which made it possible to then create synthetic data. And we probably all know that synthetic data is one of the ways to open up potentially sensitive data for wider groups of innovators in domains such as healthcare or indeed financial demographic info. So with that one example, let's see what other kind of pros and cons there may be. And to keep things rolling, I start now with Helena. So you are the first on the line. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I will maybe then take some of the cons of it to take down the enthusiasm. From inside public sector, as this is the domain I know the best, what we see, one of the cons for such experimentations or sandboxes also is sometimes the sustainability of such solutions that come out. Very often people go in with a big enthusiasm, let's try out, let's find new services, but there is not much of a bigger plan behind it. What happens when the experimentation works? How can we really develop it out? So sometimes some of these experiments die after the period is done, after the trial is done. So there's the larger question of how to really govern those sandboxes, who does what, really, like how's the bigger plan rolled out. It's very often, it's not that structured. So I think that's one of the cons that can happen. Other thing is that was mentioned was the costliness of sandboxes. It requires often extra work from the officials. It's almost always on top of your daily job. You will have to work on that as well, and that's a cost, and that's a problem of resource as well.
Yeah.
I think those are two big cons for in public sector.
I think actually Egert's point about the sort of lack of formats.
Yeah, exactly.
Or aggregate model is quite a crucial thing, because if you always do it bespoke, it's just really work intensive. Thomas, your take on the pros and cons?
I mean, again, coming from business and coming more in this optimistic way that everything can be done, right? It's GDPR, for example. For us, I mean, for me personally, it's definitely an opportunity. A lot of people see it as a hindrance, as a big problem, but at least European Union has a standard there, and we stick to it, and then we based on that. The challenge is sometimes with lawyers within, I don't know, the public sector or the others, who always, in a lot of cases, not always, say whatever it's not allowed is prohibited. And this kind of negative approach is a bit of a challenge, because we take it the other way around. Whatever it's not prohibited is allowed, and it should be like that. Although here the Republic of Slovenia has a bit of a challenge because now we have a new law which is even more strict than the GDPR, which again, if it's something that we know it's going to happen, it's okay. But if you want to have in the public or private part the data and then the decision making based on that data, you have to have data, anonymized in this kind of way. For us, for example, when we imposed the smart city card of the CECAR of card, which is an open loop, the first open loop card in Europe, in this respect, not only for the public system like Tallinn also has here, but for private, so all the public services as well as the private ones. The idea was that it can be used always and everywhere in the world, but we can take all kind of anonymized data for the basic decision making. So the mayor or the city management can have the anonymized data, and of course each and every user via the CRM can have their own data to the nitty-gritty details. Here, if this standard is there and if there is a trust, and the trust is key in the public sector, then a lot of things can be done. Unfortunately, you know, people, we all like trust Facebook, Meta, we all trust Google and the others, but we don't trust to the public servants or countries. You know, yesterday it's like 5 years of COVID-5, right, in Slovenia and also here in Estonia. And at that time, when our government says you should get vaccinated, nobody wanted to do it. It should be better to say, okay, nobody should do it, and then everybody would do it. So it's a bit of a challenge how to do it, and trust does not come over the night. So having the GDPR is a great thing, because based on that, then you need to add up on all kind of projects. And then each and every project that you have, of course, has to add up to that trust. And this sandboxing can help in a lot of cases, but again, NIMBY, I like the term, of course, because, try out a lot of things, but not with me. And that's a bit of a challenge when you want to have the smart cities done in a way, because again, we are not alone here in Europe. I mean, it's United States is there, China is much more there, and then we can all go back to the medieval years, right?
Yeah, very good. Egert, did you have to drop something from the presentation which you'd like to add at this point? About pros and cons?
No, I think most of them have been already stated here by other panelists. And
very good. And Greta, you have the unfortunate chance to try to see if there's something which hasn't been said.
For me personally, having worked in the public sector for a long time, but also being on the other side of the bridge from the private sector, I do see that the biggest pro for the regulatory sandboxes and experimentation is precisely that this is a good way to get the data to see if regulations can be updated and how they can be updated, because oftentimes, as I understand, there are a lot of people from other countries here as well. Oftentimes, I believe for your case as well, is that the companies don't really get the chance to impose any change in regulations or even get to the decision makers. So if they are unable to prove their concept and show that this might actually make an impact on a larger scale, but we just need to get this small detail out of the regulation, get it out of the way for the impact to happen, then everybody wins. So I think the updating of regulations is one thing, but also, regulatory sandboxes, as you all know, isn't very popular yet. People don't know how to do them. There's a lot of talk about it. There's a big dream about starting these regulatory sandboxes, even within the European level. But I think that if for our case, one thing that motivates me to work on the experimentation framework in the ministry is that this will give Estonia a competitive edge, because first of all, Estonian companies can benefit from the regulatory sandboxes. They can actually test their solutions. The deep tech companies, I mean, we will aid our companies to prove their concept here so that they can go out into the world and become more successful. But also we will draw in other companies and perhaps they will stay. So we can create the extra, the added value for the Estonian economy as well.
Yeah, very good, excellent. Let's stick to that topic and connect it to, in a way, to the macro politics. Let's not go too deep into the gloomy times we seem to be living, but as part of the gloomy times, there's also quite a significant global push for kind of deregulating everything. Regulatory bonfires are being torched here and there and everywhere, whether it makes sense or not. And that at the same time is then combined with the fact that there's a sort of diminishing trust by people that the governments are treating them right and treating their data right. And that, I think, I see as a contradiction, because if there's no trust, there's no users. So if you torch all the regulation, where do you end up with that? So what's your views on how does the kind of a global geopolitical pressure influence this landscape, which is, as we have noticed, still quite in the early stages still. There's not a widespread proof that this kind of approach works. And if all the regulations are being tortured, there's nothing in the sandbox either. So what's the impact of that to the work we are trying to do? And if we flip it around, is that also then potentially an opportunity, like you said, opportunity for Estonia, but also opportunity for the whole of Europe to say that, hey, we can show that this can be done right and have regulation which both supports innovation and protects trust? Or am I being horribly naive here? So, Thomas, your turn.
Well, thank you. I think it's, okay, I'm not the expert in that area to some extent, but it's all about information. And current times, macroeconomic times, it's not about the armies and so on, but it's just, losing the competitive advantage over the other countries that in the old days, right, it used to be how much land do you have, how much, gold do you have, and so on. Now it's not the same anymore. I mean, even smaller countries like Slovenia and Estonia, we are pretty much of the same size. I mean, 2 million people for Slovenia, 1.3 in Estonia, right? You don't need to be big to be globally important or successful, and both countries really prove that in some areas. And in this respect, I believe these big countries have quite of a challenge, because they were too good in the past and they were sleeping beauties, and now these macroeconomic terms changed. In this respect, I would say that what you did, I mean, in Estonia, heads down to you with the digital transformation, because you were forced to do it in the past. We are not so lucky on that respect. But on the other hand, if the regulation does not kill you completely, then it's easier to be quick. I mean, I'm coming from, for example, from the blockchain technology, not cryptocurrencies as such, but blockchain technology is here, and it's the future for sure. And a lot of knowledge is in both of our countries. In Slovenia, for example, we were the founder of still the biggest, let's say, cryptocurrency exchange in Europe, Bitstamp, that started back in 2011, but because of the lack of the regulatory part, they moved out to Luxembourg 2 years ago, 2 years later, which is unfortunate, And they use which bank? They use the Estonian bank, LHV Bank, for the transactions. So with the reason, because you are so good that it's predictive, it's innovative, it's the cutting edge, and in this respect, I was really happy to come over for the first time, because you are so well, set in the world that you have to see it, right? How far we will go, it depends how well the countries are. I mean, for Slovenia, for sure, I mean, it's the only country with love in its name, right? We are great in sports and so on, but if we are too sleepy on our past achievements, then others overtake us. And in this respect, hopefully, our government will do also a lot of things in the right direction. It's already done. I mean, we have the supercomputer and all these kind of things, but if you don't apply it, then it's a problem with taxation and everything else. And it's great to live in Slovenia, like it is in I would say, Estonia, but it's after 5 o'clock for sure. Till 5 o'clock, it's a little bit different. So that's the homework that we need to do in the right way in the public sector.
Yeah, very good. Egert, what's your take on the kind of, are we just a sort of a Goldilocks size? Can we combine some nation states and Europe to really drive innovation in this? I mean, GDPR certainly is, for all its fault, it's seen globally as a success story. So we have a regulatory superpower as European community.
Well, when it comes to the international dimension, I think what really matters for us here in Estonia or Slovenia or elsewhere in Europe are the developments taking place at the European Union level. So we all know that there is a kind of, ongoing process of full harmonization of regulations in different domains, be it environment, finance, consumer protection, and so on and so forth. But when we come back to the topic of the panel, the sandboxes, then we see there is a kind of a rather opposite stance taken at the EU level with regard to the sandboxing as such, that they kind of have informal approach, providing maybe guidelines which are non-binding. So there is no harmonization of rules for the sandboxes yet. So they're kind of facilitating stakeholder dialogues between member states to come together, discuss, share knowledge, experiences, best practices. But what we can see, kind of a new trend, is that, as Greta also mentioned, that we see this kind of cross-border, maybe EU-wide sandboxes emerging. I think it was 2 years ago when the first European Union regulatory sandbox for blockchain technologies was adopted. And we see elsewhere as well these kind of regional sandboxes in the Caribbean or the Pacific Island cases. And the same UK that I mentioned, at one point they came up with the idea to establish global regulatory sandbox for financial services. So yeah, for today's topic, something to contemplate maybe for the smart cities in Tallinn and Helsinki case, so this kind of a cross-border sandbox would be something, an option for the future maybe.
Very good, very good. Greta.
Yeah.
Has all been said?
A lot has been said, but I would say that if we take the defense tech example, then if we don't give our companies the chance to test locally, they will have to find other places to do that. There is the Ukraine battlefield today, but do they need to do their initial testing already on the battlefield, or can they get some results maybe a bit earlier, so that they can already deploy fully developed technology to the battlefield then, which then Estonia also can perhaps procure to our own defense capability building. So if we give, if we don't give the companies the chance to test, then we will eventually lose them.
Yeah, that's actually quite a topic. The combination of this potentially rather large new push for defense innovation and funding with regulatory sandboxes, a bit of a scary but interesting topic there. Yes, Helena, you have to close with this.
Yeah.
Let me take some questions. Get ready, guys.
I will maybe take another angle, not to repeat what you guys said, but from the regulatory point of view, looking what's going on at the moment with all the chainsaw eyes, trying to add all the legislations and so on, I think in some way it gives a good opportunity for sandboxes as well. Because like Red also mentioned in her previous answer or intervention, is that sandboxes help to make informed decisions about regulation, and not just to and add everything with a chainsaw without thinking 2 steps ahead and rating chaos. And yeah, in Estonia we have a pretty good trust in government and the public sector as well, in our justice system. That would hurt a lot. At the same time, there's a great push to see that we need to reduce some regulation as well. We don't tend to get rid of legacy regulations. We tend to just pile up new things, new requirements. So here we would see an angle for regulatory sandboxes as well as a way to modernize the regulation itself as well, and not just by having it done by assumptions, but by testing things out, having fact-based basis on these argumentations, why to change things. So in that point of view, I see there's an opportunity, but yeah, are we smart enough to seize that opportunity?
We are already zooming in on Estonia there, so that's good. But let's first check any questions from the audience or anything on the Slido which you would be worth sharing.
Yep, okay, cool. My mic is on. So we got two questions regarding AI. First one, the European...
By surprise.
The European AI Act includes regulatory sandbox provisions to promote innovation. How could this be of interest at the city level? And the second one, can we speed up developing of regulatories using AI?
Oh, those are both really good ones. Let's actually start with the last one first. Can we speed up development regulations using AI or maybe AI-driven regulatory sandboxes? That's a frightening and interesting idea. Egert, you as a researcher are just the right person to try to tackle it.
I mean, AI for designing regulations. I don't know what Pandora box we will open that. So, I really don't want to think about it. But the second thing, sandboxes for the AI as technology. Yeah, the European Union has adopted an act and provided their provisions for that. And I think in Estonia, we have been ahead of time with that to some extent, because I think it was in 2021 or earlier when the Minister of Economic Affairs adopted a sandbox for specifically for the AI and how to support the application of AI solutions for the public service delivery and in the public sector in general. So yeah, we have been doing something already there, and definitely this is one avenues or one technologies to be tested in the future, because we don't know yet what are the applications, whether it's in the education field or whether it's in the healthcare, where we see sandboxes, but we add another layer of the AI there. And the same for the future, I don't know, with the drones, right, as you mentioned, in the civil use, how we can use them in the future by learning in the sandboxes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to add to that. I see that actually AI is being already used pretty actively for one for cyber security activities and incident management. A lot of machine learning is being used to automate some of the mundane tasks, to open up resources for like human resources for other actual like analysis activities and more important ones. We also have the KRAT, the helping robot for the Estonian government, which is arguably not the best example at this stage, but I mean it's there. But also like a lot of analysis for analysis purposes, AI is already being used. But true is that we don't have like very many specific solutions for the government to adopt AI. But I would like to also highlight an interesting example from Singapore, where they have. I just visited Singapore on a study trip, and they said that they have specific like quotas that each government institution has to adopt AI in some ways, and it's mandated that they use AI. And they have the freedom to choose whatever tools. They can develop their own, they can procure whatever, but they have to tick the box that they are using it. It's an interesting parallel for me.
Very good. We can't take from everybody here, so what I'll do is to leave that city question to be the last one, because we are zooming from the Europe to Estonia, and then let's zoom to the cities as the last topic. Just saying the idea of, in a way, automated regulatory sandbox response mechanism might be an interesting way to really scale it up without too much cumbersome work for the civil servants, but that depends, of course, on the regulation. So, we know that regulatory sandboxing hasn't been used much in Estonia, if at all. And we have touched some of the ways in which it could benefit the country. Maybe first, why you touched some of the topics there, Egert, in why it hasn't been used here. It's been kind of flexible landscape. Are there other reasons why it hasn't been used? And I'll flip the coin to Helena to start with that.
Yeah, I think I'm owing back maybe here a bit to my first answer, actually. That's a bit, I think, applies why in Estonia. Well, one thing is, the regulation itself, but it's one of the things is the lack of structural format. Also, who should be responsible, for example, on government level, who will coordinate it? I mean, we have Accelerate Estonia, we have the government CIO's office, we have we have the innovation team inside the government as well. So we have different instances doing similar things here and there. So who would be responsible for that? How the governance works here? So we, as Estonian government structure, is very decentralized in that sense. It's quite difficult to have a central ordination or central ordination that is not just very soft, on voluntary basis, but more in a structured way. The other thing is definitely the OST side of things as well. As if we look at the public sector, we're trying to edit even thinner than it is already. So here it's an extra OST, and every such a experimentation project in Estonia, every now and then, Accelerate Estonia is a great example there. They have to prove their existence every now and then once again. Why do you need to be there? It's something that very often comes as top of things. So I think these are one of the main things. Probably also procurement. Also, if you open things to private sector, then the question is, how do you choose, how to provide equal opportunities to all the companies to participate, how to make sure that you don't create regulation that benefit only a very small segment and won't give any benefits or even give disadvantages to others. So there are many whys, I think, here why.
Very good. I'll stick with the Estonian partners here, because you probably know the situation better. So I have another question for you, Thomas, later. Greta, you want to add to that?
Yes, I think the main barrier as to why Estonia doesn't have regulatory sandboxes yet is that we don't have a framework to actually alleviate the regulatory requirements even for a short period of time. And this is a very touchy subject that I've had discussions with the Ministry of Justice for over a year now, and we're finally getting somewhere on how to enable this in a legal manner, so that no basic rights will be harmed. There will be no all the risks are managed, and you can prove that you can conduct your testing and experimenting in a safe manner for the environment, for everything else. So I think this has been the biggest barrier. I would like to just make an example here. The financial inspection in Estonia has a regulatory sandbox, but what it actually is a program where they basically tell the company how to comply with the regulations. So they aren't actually able to test their solution. They just are being informed. So
Okay,
it's not a regulatory sandbox.
Yeah, very good. It's a regulatory information service.
Yeah.
Thomas, what could Estonia learn from what you guys are doing in Slovenia, for example, in the international work you've been part of?
Well, probably a few things, but if you're daring, you can succeed, and we learn a lot from Estonia too. The latest one being, for example, that Ridango from Tallinn took over our best, I would say, transport data company, Lead Transit, and we are together also in this smart city card, and this is also one of the things that we envy you, right? But if you go back, let's say, just quickly to this AI thing, that happened over the night and quickly. For example, we know Italy and some other countries banned DeepSeek over the night. So a lot of these things, and then it's either you are in a silo or you want to do something differently. For us, for example, as the city of Kran, we in the past, because we were not able to finance some things because of the limited budget, we came to the idea to maybe use the blockchain and mint the NFTs, non-fungible tokens, to actually, finance a particular project. And there was a question: is it allowed? I mean, can we do it? And we called the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Slovenia, and we said, just, our finance director, that you should ask in the right way. Don't ask if it's allowed, just ask if it's prohibited, right? They asked them, and then the answer was, we don't know yet, but we are thinking about it, and then over the night we just minted them. Yeah. And it succeeded, it's there, now this is the name of the game. Yeah. So it's good that you are daring and you do it, but of course you have to have somebody on the top. For us, it's our mayor, who has different lives. One of them is also that he's the president of the Ice Hockey Association of Slovenia, and he says everything is possible. I mean, if we beat the United States of America in Pyeongchang Olympics, as small Slovenia, 2 million people compared to the United States, then we can do a lot of things, and don't tell me that something is impossible. So if you have this kind of approach and you have a backup that even if you do some things on a brink of the legally okay or not, then it's good because you succeed and you really make these barriers bigger. Yeah. If you don't, then you have this kind of effect. You can lose a lot of people, talents, moving out of your country. In Slovenia, in the past decade, 10,000 people moved every year. This is like half of the newborns, for example. And then they go to the better places, like Estonia and the other places. And this is something that it could be a national catastrophe if you don't do things rightly on the right time.
Very good. Thank you. We are running, time is flying, I have still questions here we can't go through. So we need to start to wrap it up. Apologies for people. Do we have really million questions on Slido we never took?
We have quite a few questions, but obviously you're the moderator, you decide now.
Are you okay to go over 2 minutes?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, shall I just give a quick one? Would the regulatory sandbox solve the problem of regulation ambiguity? Do you see that sandboxing would benefit from parallel drafting, i.e. giving machine-readable regulations alongside natural language regulations?
It's kind of 2 questions, but in a way it's the same. Yeah. It's one question because it's kind of about can we harmonize both the development and implementation of regulation through these sandboxes? My short answer would be yes, because it's a practical example, practical experience. A practical experiences are the way with which things become standardized. But that's, as you heard, I'm an optimist. Are there other takes on the topics? Is that also one of the ways to make this real? If we can really make these regulations something which is, should I say, easier and more predictable when they are implemented. So, takes on that. Any volunteers?
I would maybe say that that if you do the experiment in one place, say in Estonia, then and change the regulation based on the data that comes from the experiment, then that would make a good example for the other European countries as well, because within Europe, every country looks at each other. How have you done this? How have you solved this? How's Germany done that? And if there is already like a precedent set, then that would help probably then harmonize like the cross-border legislation as well.
Yeah, very good. my take on the AI question again would be that because often these are question of resources. Also applying regulation is a question of resources. You have limited resources in people. So in that sense, AI-driven helpers can really support a wider adaptation of regulatory or experimentation approaches, because then you could get rid of some of the resourcing bottlenecks we have in our public sector organizations. Final one, we haven't touched cities here, and there's a question about cities. Earlier, how do you see, what is the kind of a role between the cities and the national level governments in this? One domain, I guess, is that, cities are, really in day-to-day interactions with people in a different way than the central government often is. But are there other ways? Thomas, you coming from a city, do you have a
definitely.
take on
I mean, the cities, like in the business, have customers, the other companies, and here cities are the nucleus of the society, right? And a lot of things can move fastly in cities than on the governmental level. Unfortunately so, but nevertheless, that's the name of the game. And the problem is that if you're too fragmented, then a lot of things can go wrong. Even the European Union, if you do something in Brussels, why to reinvent the wheel again on the national level? Because we are losing time and energy for everything. For the cities, I would say European Union here has a very good, I would say, the sandbox, partially also regulatory sandbox. This is 100 smart and carbon neutral cities by 2030, so 20 years before like Kyoto and Paris. And a lot of regulation is there, a lot of money is poured in there. Kran is, together with 2 cities in Slovenia, part of that, like you have also one of your cities part of. And these kind of things can be really add on for the citizens, the in vitro testing.
Okay, very good, thanks. So, how do we feel? Do we believe more or less, or are we even more ambiguous about regulatory sandboxing after this discussion? I probably would say I'm on the same level. Greta?
Same, but more motivated.
Very good. Helena?
Yeah, I would use all its words on Fuse, but at much higher level.
Excellent. Thomas?
Absolutely energized and looking forward to the happenings.
It's been a sort of encouraging panel for the last half an hour, but let's enjoy what it lasts. Egert?
I'm still wary about what's going to happen, and especially with the AI, which is creating a lot of uncertainty.
We didn't manage to flip your researcher hat to a fan hat.
You didn't redefine my soul. Yeah.
Excellent. It's been an honor. Thanks a million, guys. I think we are kind of between you and, is it lunch? Oh, that's a dangerous place to be, so we stop here. Thanks a lot.
It's a pleasure. Really.
Thank you, Greta.
Thank you again, Egert, Greta, Jarmo, Tomas, and Helena. So I'm sure your brains are full now because it's been quite intense, but your stomachs are empty. So not to worry, we have provided lunch. Lunch can be found on the 2nd floor. So if you walk past the cafe and the staircase is on your right, and then you have to go across the little bridge, and you'll find the place. So, and we'll meet again in about an hour. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. So welcome back. Could I kindly ask you to take your seats again? I hope that your stomachs are also full now, in addition to brains. And could I kindly ask you to open up Slido? So we have a little poll for you, actually, which I would like everyone to participate. Right. So if you go to Slido again, slido.com, and hashtag SCEF 2025, and you should be able to see the poll questions. Is everyone seeing them? I think we should also have them on the screen, actually. Right. Is everyone seeing the questions on Slido? The poll questions? Okay, here we go. Right, sorry, a little technical question. So, we have a little poll for you prepared. We've got, the question is, what do you see as the biggest opportunity for cities in using data, AI, and smart governance? So what do you see as the biggest opportunity for cities in using data, AI, and smart governance? And we've got 5 options. First, enhancing public services and citizen engagement. Second, strengthening data-driven policymaking. Third, strengthening data-driven... sorry, it's changing already. Okay. So third one, optimizing mobility and transportation systems, improving urban sustainability and climate resilience, or encouraging innovation and economic growth. I see that everyone is actively participating. That is great. So already 30 votes, almost. So we'll see if everyone is taking part. There we go. So currently leading, enhancing public service and citizen engagement. Right, we wait a little, few more seconds. So 38 votes. Okay, any more? 39. 42. Let's see if everyone's participating. I think it's about 50 people here, I guess. Okay, looks like no, not many people think that it's encouraging innovation and economic growth. Oh no, it's... Okay, a few more seconds. We've got almost 50 votes. Okay, a few more. Right. 53 votes, 55 votes. Still some typing, I guess. $56. Okay, like another 30 seconds. Okay, 60 votes. Okay, I'll close that now. Okay, so looks like a big lead. The first one, enhancing public service and citizen engagement. Well done. Thank you. So now we're gonna carry on with our conference. Let me just open that. And I'm delighted to invite here for a fireside chat, how to govern a cityverse is the topic. First, we have Anu Maso, who's an associate professor of big data and social sciences at TalTech at Ragnar Norkse Department of Innovation and Governance. She specializes in the social impact of data technologies, AI, and algorithms at TalTech's Ragnar Norkse Department. Her research covers social transformations, spatial mobility, and social science methodologies. She has also published in leading journals, including New Media and Society, Social Networks, and Information Systems Frontiers, and also co-authored the Data Welfare State this year with Anne Kaun. Secondly, Alessandra Pazziaroni, who is a public sector innovation expert at Lisbon Council. She works at the intersection of technology, governance, and culture. He is a specialist in service design and digital transformation. He's also a public sector innovation expert at the Lisbon Council. Previously, he has contributed to digital services at the Inter-American Development Bank, helped develop circular economic infrastructure for textiles at the Estonian startup Tex Road, and researched AI policy at the Future of Life Institute. He's passionate about creative communication and experimental learning. He's also engaged in grassroots communities and nightlife. So please welcome on stage. Thank you.
So, hello everybody. I'm Manu.
I'm Alessandro.
And with my colleague Alessandro, we will have now very interesting format. We will have a fireside chat. So what it means? Let's imagine we are in a cafe. It's of course afternoon and everybody are tired now after the lunch. But let's try to make this environment as cozy as possible for us. Take a coffee, take a water. And let's imagine we are in a cafe and we are also next to fire. So here is fire, it's warm, so it fits very well with this, with the weather today, so that after this short spring, we have winter again. So let's imagine we are here having coffee and having our cafes, espresso macchiatos.
Espresso macchiato, yeah.
And
I brought it.
and let's do it in this way that we are, of course, we are enjoying each other. But let's try to do it also interactively. So if you have any questions in between, so just raise your hand and ask, or so we are sitting, or if you, for example, have feeling that you're losing yourself somewhere in a augmented reality, then just stand up and interrupt and so on. So that is the format. So
I have my espresso macchiato, of course, and actually, you know, when I was taking it outside here, I tried to order it in Estonian. Aga ei räägi eesti keeles, so it was a little bit difficult, but the funny thing is that Luka Silves was there and he spoke to me in Estonian and I panicked for a second. I was like, wait a second, right? And then I thought we were going to have this panel, and one of the things that we were asking ourselves is like, how does this cityverse work? How does it look like? And when we were talking, we were thinking, no, maybe you have these visors, and you have an automatic translation of what's going on. You can also maybe pay just nodding your head and things like that. This could be a version of like the cityverse, like a service that you have. But then the point is, would that really make my life better? I'm not sure, because, you know, like that's cool, I guess, but I came to Tallinn and I stayed for something completely different. You know, I stayed for the cultural and creative community, Club Hall, and like all these places that you know, gave a space for me, an expat, to stay. So the question is, what makes people stay in a city, and who is the cityverse for? Mm-hmm. And I don't know, maybe you have a different take on this, no? What's important for you in a city, or?
Yes, another question what comes to in my mind is welfare and well-being. So how this city looks like? Like another example, what I have personal example or experience is that I recently had car accident. So another car crashed my car, and then I also started reading about statistics. Of course, it's also kind of personal fear. So I don't feel myself anymore secure. I don't want to drive a car anymore, and then also as a regular cyclist, then I also get a kind of feeling of insecurity. But then I also read statistics, and statistics say, for example, that there is an increase of traffic death, for example, in Estonia. So this traffic strategies have set as a goal to have 40 deaths a year, so it's again discursively strange having 40 deaths this year, and instead of this there has been an increase of deaths like 70. So therefore my question is how to make it. So how to use these metaverses and cityverses to make this city more so that we feel ourselves more secure, and there is higher welfare and well-being, and so considering this feelings of insecurities, but also inequalities, like for example with cycling. So we try to make the cities more sustainable and encourage, for example, more using the bicycles, for example, but there is still huge inequalities. So like, for example, gender inequality, so females cycling less, or for example, there is also huge difference in connectivity, which town parts are connected, like for example, Kalamaja and Pirita, these are not very well connected, and also those are cycling are those who actually can afford real estate, for example, in certain town parts. So still the question raises, so how we can use these cityverses for making this space better. So I don't know what you think about that. And also the question what raises is what this cityverse actually mean. Yeah. So for us ourselves, we had discussed about it, and this question also our dear colleagues and audience might have the same questions.
Yeah, well, I will get back to this, and I just wanted to comment on the fact that this is already an example of how different stakeholders, different people have different views on what's important in a city, no? And that's maybe the key point, like, who are we doing this for, and what is it that these people want? Like, you have done a lot of work on inequalities and the relationship between the technology and so on. This morning, Rainer Kattel was saying innovation is political, so is technology, so is the infrastructure. So that's very important to be kept into account. And I think that when it comes to how the cityverse look like, that's the key point, because quite frankly, at the moment, I'm not so sure how it looks like, because one way that I see very interesting to put this into practice, which is also in line with the survey, the poll that was just run, is the center, the one near Vabaduse Valjak, where you can, that is also not collaboration, the finest center put it together, where you can go and you can give, for those of you maybe don't know it, you put your VR on and you have a way to basically see how a certain intervention in the urban planning would shape the city. And you have a way of experiencing it, which is not just on a piece of paper, but it's actually, you can see it in front of you. And I think for me, for example, that's one big way to go when it comes to the cityverse, because it has a clear benefit for the people, and because it's something that addresses a key point, which is citizens' participation. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I mean, you're the expert on inequalities, and
yes.
No.
But you're expert of cityverse, so yeah. You're expert of this practical question. But just following up, so one thing what is interesting here, so how I also understand this cityverse. It's on one hand, it is really about extending our everyday realities, like in the format of augmented realities, like using the smartphones in, for example, navigating in the city, or for example, as digital twins. So mm-hmm. Like we construct similar digital realms about everyday environment in the city. But the third one, what is also interesting, I think, is exactly this virtual realities. So yeah. Really constructing kind of gamified environments, but it also raises for me the question: what is new, and what is the same? What are these new processes? Of course, so what we have discussed today already is do we need kind of new governance forms, or what Rainer mentioned in his presentation, or does it change how somehow this multi-stakeholder collaboration, what also Annika emphasized in her talk? But one thing, what I think what is still the same is about data. So as I told, that data is has always meaning. So data are always still about people, and it always has meaning, and therefore it always can include certain power relations. And even if you are using more and more this kind of new data sources and use multimodal machine learning models, like including textual data and visual data in the model development, and also new approaches like synthetic data, so synthetically producing the data that, of course, gives certain opportunities, like for example, these are more ensure that the privacy and so on, but still raise new questions like this irreplicability. How can we replicate these results and so on? Or, for example, also these power relations that have risen, for example, in Estonian case, in the case of sharing this textual data with Meta, that also turns attention to this non-neutrality. And of course, in city environment or context, we can also ask why it's important here, but still this textual data is one of the biggest data sources nowadays. And then it still also raises the questions about the data sovereignty, especially in the context where great powers in the world are not accepting the neighboring countries' real state sovereignty. So it also raises new questions of inequality. But yes, so it's some questions are the same. These geopolitical questions, but also Lukas Iblas will talk next. But one thing what is also similar is this simplification. So always when we try to use data and based on this data develop the city versus and so on, it's always a model. And we always lose something, even if you try to include the preferences of the data subjects and vulnerable groups and so on. So it's still always simplification and model. Like also this, my espresso macchiato, it's also model, so it's like I think it's espresso macchiato, but it's just a water. So it's also kind of about representations. What are these representations and meanings? What we inscribe to data.
Yeah.
But I don't know. You told about these multiple stakeholders and these governance models. I don't know what do you think? What it means for the local government exactly? Do we need some new models, or how do you?
I think there's a question to be asked. Of course, it's different for every city, no, and every country and so on. But there's a question to be asked if we are really bringing to the table the people that should be there, and if we're missing out on anyone. For example, we were just discussing a few weeks ago a New Horizon proposal on how technology is impacting the cultural heritage and culture, and there's like sort of like this focus of virtual worlds. And there was a discussion on culture in Europe and resilience and so on. And there, like the point that we were discussing is the fact that you should not only consider how the people that will join the virtual worlds will change their ways of interacting and shaping culture and services and so on, but also who cannot access the virtual worlds. Not everyone will be able to access it, and those who will be able to access it will not be able to contribute to it in the same way, because this is also like the basics of citizens' participation, depends on my background, on my resources, on many things, on my motivation. And these are critical questions, and I think that if they were critical until now they are even more. Because these technologies or overall infrastructure that we are developing has the potential to bring more people together. For example, during COVID with virtual worlds, you could still be in contact and see your friends, potentially. But it has also the potential of creating more inequalities. And so right now it's very critical. And they would put this in the global context. It's just between friends, so don't quote me on this, but I think Europe really needs to step up on a vision for virtual worlds that is not just a way for that people will use to escape reality and as a placebo, but something that actually solves the problems that we have in the real world. Otherwise, why are we doing it?
Yes, I think it's really fascinating thing what you mentioned here is it's really like on one hand we are like reproducing the inequalities, but also there might emerge new inequalities, but it's like finding a balance between this moral panic on the one hand and this efficiency and welfare and so on. But one thing what I was thinking about is that what you mentioned was really interesting is this new model. So we are in previous panel there was also discussion about this shift from the service-based governance models to this human-based and so on. And of course, the there is difficult to find these ways, these middle ways and functioning ways from this bottom up and top down and so on. And the excellent examples from the world, like these data cooperatives and the data commons that mean that citizens themselves build up this kind of platforms and also platforms and also practices and regularities to collect the data and share the data. Although in different countries it might have different meanings, like for example like in Greece context, this data cooperatives, it's very fancy thing, but in Estonian context it has this kind of negative connotation. But so on one hand it's really about this kind of models. So what are these models? But I don't know, what do you think? Your expert from city council, do we need kind of new skills or literacies? So how do you do it so that it really happens?
I mean, I think in my experience, Estonia is much ahead compared to other countries on this. Already the idea of service design thinking, bringing people, like designing technology and services, putting people at the center. It's taking, I guess, a little bit more momentum everywhere around Europe, but it's still a lot ticking the box of maybe the project or the funding that you're applying to versus bringing it into your mentality. We were discussing before at lunch with a colleague on bringing in a design approach. Design meaning curating the interactions that you have. And this is something that I think it's a key competency that is not so widespread, and that the public sector, public servants should take on more than others. Because at the end of the day, if I'm developing a private service or a product, maybe you want to buy it or you don't want to buy it, it's, whatever. But when it comes to the public services, you have a duty to do that in a way that works for everyone. So I think in Europe, actually, there's a competency framework for public servants that it's missing from the institutions, meaning that universities and researchers, Taltech and others are developing it. There are, I would say, some frameworks, but there's no work at the European level as, for example, it is on overall digital skills for the citizens. That's, I think, a big gap.
So I think it's one thing what I have seen and experienced myself, and I'd also seen in the research, is that as you told, it's on the one hand about so of course it's your view is you're living in Estonia, but it's also in some way outside. So you see this technical and digital advancements. As of course Estonians are sometimes more critical, like saying that it's also part of the national branding and so on. But what I have seen in my research is that, but also from this counseling and practical projects with cities, is that we need new skills, new literacies, like that are at some way also similar with this digital area and big data area, but in the AI area, we still need some kind of new skills, like, for example, on one hand, these kind of technical skills, so how to collect the data, how to share the data, and so on. Then, on the other hand, these kind of reflective skills. So like we have, like as you told, that there are frameworks, or regulatory frameworks, or kind of tick-boxing frameworks where we just say that, well, is it anti-discriminatory and so on. So there is need for this kind of reflexive skills, so where we just try to estimate the potential negative or but also positive consequences. But another thing what I've seen in my research myself is that there is in the AI area there is new literacies needed, and that is this kind of communicative or cognitive. So meaning that it's on one hand it's in a simplest way. It's like a prompt, for example, right? Prompts with ChatGPT, for example, and so on. But on the other hand, it's also how we see these AI solutions as others, and also on the other hand, these cognitive aspects, how we perceive, how we feel ourselves. So like, for example, if you're going around with these virtual reality glasses, so how do you feel yourself in this space? Is it the same feeling as before? So it's kind of a combination of new literacies.
Yeah, I think, I mean, in a way, when like bringing in so much technology and so advanced, there's more a need for us humans to refocus what we humans do, no? In a way, it's also this idea of introducing digital tools in a workflow, changing the role of humans in that workflow. And this is maybe just at a higher scale, no? I mean, if we have technology doing the tedious things for us, then we should then pay extra attention to the human relations, the human side of innovation, of technology, of services, and so on.
But what are your experiences with this these human-centric approaches? What you have emphasized? So more concretely with this trust, but that has been discussed in previous panel, but also values, because it's quite often about the conflict of values, and how to make agreements. So what are your experiences with this?
I mean, that, like, let's say on a specific level, I think it's very difficult. It's like you're saying, no, it's you need to bring in the people, discuss. You will have trade-offs. You will have different views. And there's no work around that. You have to find a common ground. There's an interesting book about that on communication that says that basically, no matter what the differences are, you will still find a common identity. And they bring in a pretty let's say, harsh example of a doctor having to convince parents to vaccine their kids. And this doctor is approaching this in a very, scientific way. Like, a vaccine is good because of this and that. And obviously, it's not convincing anyone. But when the doctor starts talking about loving their kids, then they find this common ground. They are both parents. And that's what convinces more people to vaccine their kids rather than the scientific explanation. The book is Super Communicators by Charles Twigg. And I think that's basically the point. And just to add one thing, because I love this quote, so I have to say it at this point. Mauro Porcini, the chief design officer from Pepsi, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, he's a designer. And he wrote a book that is about innovation, but it's nothing about technological or technical innovation. It's just about people. And what he says is that innovation at the end of the day is just about people who love other people and want to make something easier for them, being it their work or a product or anything else. I think that's the point.
I think it's very, very interesting, because what I have seen in our research is also that we have, so what we also started with is what is this welfare, and what is this well-being exactly? And we have studied 3 welfare states comparatively. Estonia is this kind of rather liberal and also welfare state context that, well, this welfare state ideas have not yet been crystallized, and then corporatist model Germany, and then also Sweden with this equality mode. And there we have seen that I also thought that this people aspect, and there we also saw that there are some values that are more universal across countries and contexts, like, for example, diversity and sustainability. So meaning that these are these kind of questions that always raise when we, for example, move these technologies from one place to another, or, for example, when we just as a team work together. So these are some a bit more universal. On the other hand, what was also interesting is that people value welfare. So it's also about this feeling and loving and well-being and so on. So they rather value in developing these automated solutions and AI-based solutions. They rather value this welfare rather than efficiency. So that is, I think, quite interesting. But to wrap up, so I don't know. So what can we do then? So as you told also that we have on one hand frameworks and so on. So do you have any concrete suggestions in addition, like you mentioned, these literacies and skills and these people's importance of people?
I think creating spaces, not just virtual but also physical, to discuss these things, but not in, I mean, this is of course a format, but not just this format, you know? Also spaces in the city where you can have these participative processes, well-designed, well-curated, and bring the people in that context to discuss these aspects. And then, like we're saying, all these things will come up from the people in terms of what they want, what's important for them, like the poll that we saw. And I think for me, this is like concrete, relatively straightforward action that can be taken in any city to you know, address this.
So what I have seen myself is that on one hand we have these regulatory models and tick boxing and so on, but what we have been trying to do is also to develop this kind of frameworks to support this reflection or reflectivity skills. Like, for example, in this data welfare state project, we also suggested some kind of framework that could be used for estimating concrete projects. Or, for example, in Estonian context, we have published this How to Understand Datafied World book, where we also proposed this kind of small manifesto kind of framework that could be used as a tool for just thinking and reflecting about what is good, so how to do it and so on. But what I have seen myself in this project is that quite often everything starts, as we also started, everything starts with data, and then also in the city level, it quite often starts with very trivial data management plans. So not trivial in this meaning that you always know that it's very, very complex and so on, several pages and so on, but we sometimes don't think about it. And it's also kind of reflection that we make through, is that we just think through how to store the data, how to share, how to develop models based on this. And if we have, and that is also a place where we discuss about values and think how to engage different parties and so on. And if we have done it, then of course it's flexible and we adjust it and so on. But if we have done it, then it's also in some points when we get the data or need to share the data, then it also makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah.
But we have enjoyed ourselves. We hope you have also enjoyed ourselves. And I don't know, so before going to the questions, can we wrap up with some ideas? So I don't know. So I saw two things. Like one is this finding the balance, like between this moral panic and then also this efficiency and welfare and so on. Then maybe this literacies, and then the third one, people, or I don't know.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah, I just wanted to say you clearly enjoyed your chat. But we've got one question here from an audience. Are personalized services included in the Cityverse? Does that mean that the city will be more proactive?
They are one of the main selling points, I would say, of the whole idea of virtual worlds and metaverse, so also the Cityverse, is that with advanced technologies that can better follow people and their preferences, from the visors to the smart wearables and so on, you can also personalize services even more.
Thank you. I guess we can take a quick question from our audience. If someone wants to just raise your hand, ask directly. If not, I've got one quick question for you, Alessandro. Since I understand you were also involved in a nightlife, somehow, including Club Hall here, which I think it closed down. So hence my question is that how do you see the nightlife in future Cityverse? It's obviously changing everywhere. Apparently young people don't go out anymore. Is that true?
Yeah. After COVID, especially, younger audiences spend much more time at home. When they go out, they spend less, also because of the economic outlook. So it's very challenging. Well, the nightlife in the Cityverse can be quite interesting, meaning that actually already today there are clubs in the virtual worlds. So there's a documentary on YouTube that you can find if you look up for these keywords. I think it also, which is what we were discussing about now, it also brings back the attention to the value of a physical space, to have these people together with a real human interaction compared to virtual interaction. Although, just to give the other side of the coin, a virtual interaction can make it easier for people that maybe are particularly, now I'm going to simplify, but particularly shy or insecure, to step in this different kind of world, and then maybe they're going to experience it in the real life.
Mm-hmm. But it also raises, again, questions of data. Like we need data to develop these environments. But on the other hand, people within these environments, they are also, through the activities, produce constantly data. So it also gives opportunities. So it raises the question again about this, what to do to make people ready to donate the data. But yes, it also raises these questions about these frictions and what are these consequences, and what is this city that could be created based on this data produced in these environments. What is the future of this city based on these environments?
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Alessandro and Anu. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I'm delighted to welcome our next speaker, who will give a little presentation on the topic of data sovereignty in times of turbulence. And the presenter is Lukas Christian Ilves, advisor to the Ukrainian digital minister and a former CIO of Estonian government. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me get the clicker.
Yeah.
So first of all, apologies for the really ugly slides. I am not a great designer. I want to talk about this word that you hear a lot, different permutations, digital sovereignty, tech sovereignty, data sovereignty, demystify it, and then try and think in practical terms how we deal with the world where these words matter. It's important to, go back to the roots of sort of sovereignty and how we've talked about it for the last couple of centuries. It's a very, in a broader sense, it's older even in the 17th century, but our modern concepts of sovereignty really come from the 17th century. There's the idea of the sovereignty of the state, the sovereign, the authority that governs a piece of territory, and the modern definition of the state is the entity that exercises a monopoly on the legitimate use of force in a certain area. But there's also, beyond the collective sovereignty of states, the sovereignty of the individual. Again, a 17th century idea that every man, it was a sexist era, is sovereign over his castle, so kind of a mini version of a sovereign at home, and ideas that we developed from that around the inviolability of the personal home, privacy, which has come from that, and many of our modern liberal conceptions of human autonomy. But all of these ideas of both the sovereign state and the sovereign individual, they're very much grounded in a physical world. And of course, as we've been discussing, we now live in a world where there's a virtual layer overlaid to the physical layer. It could be a cityverse, it could be whatever. And so we're no longer just living in the world of atoms, we're living in a dematerialized world of electrons. And those electrons don't as easily fall into, sovereign borders. And so we've been dealing with this problem for quite some time already, and I'm going to remind you of some things you should all be familiar with. 13 years ago, the US took advantage of the fact that all of our social interactions were flowing through their networks to tap into Google and Facebook data for good reasons, to catch terrorists. But of course, a lot of people didn't like it because suddenly the private communication and the sort of domestic conversation was not so private. We have the possibility technologically for a company like Huawei, or for that matter, in theory, Nokia or Ericsson, to insert itself into a country's telecoms infrastructure and hoover that data up. We have an interesting clash recently between the private sovereignty of individuals existing in this virtual world that Apple has built versus the state sovereignty of wanting to see people's communications. And we could go on and on. We can talk about the recent intervention, if you want to call it that, of TikTok in Romanian elections and other situations where social media, again, platforms that are extraterritorial have played in many democratic discourses. And of course, recently, there's the question of technology dependence here in Europe on the US that has been worrying us quite a lot, and which we'll be talking about. And I think it's important to note that this sort of this discourse isn't going to slow down or stop, and as we have new permutations of technology, it's going to get more and more intense. So something that people have been thinking about, we haven't seen it yet, is that we're getting to a point with neurotechnology where the sort of basic sovereignty of the individual to control his or her thoughts may also not be a given. And so we might have to start talking about cognitive or neurological sovereignty on top of everything else. And there have been a couple of people who have tried to kind of think through what this digital era, this dematerialized era, means for our old concepts of sovereignty. And I just want to mention two in particular. The first of these, Balaji Srinivasan, he is a Silicon Valley investor and company founder. He's been an evangelist of the idea of the network state, that a lot of the functions that a state provides may no longer be bound to territory. And indeed, he was inspired in many ways by what he saw in Estonia a decade ago, data embassies, digital identity, e-residency. And he's postulated that we could build these network states that wouldn't take over all the functions of physical sovereigns, but could take over many. They could be democratic communities and so on. And a bit in answer to this idea, there's a second thinker, Bruno Maçães, former Portuguese foreign minister, who's partially agreed with this notion. He sort of taken it a bit further and said that, look, let's think of the virtual world that we live in. Let's use the analogy of a video game or a computer game. We have artificial worlds. They've been constructed with software, but there are people who build those worlds that we're playing in, or who build the social network platforms that we're in. And what he says is, look, we don't need to talk about some kind of future network state that's different, that's diverse and separate from the sovereigns, because we already have the network states. We've got two of them. Effectively, he says, the world that we really all inhabit virtually, it's either built by the US or China. And that pretty much anyone else is playing in some combination of those two worlds. That, of course, is kind of not the most encouraging thing to hear if you're not the US or China. Unfortunately, right now, it seems to be backed up by history of the last decade or so, and also what we see now happening in the world of AI. We look at who is building AI models. Basically, US, China, and rest of the world maybe competes like for a quarter. Similarly, we look at who is founding AI companies, who's getting AI patents. It's US, China, and then the rest of the world's kind of playing along. And so in that sense, the world we're heading toward in AI space in the next big technological revolution is a world being built effectively by these two large network states that happen to also be very large physical states. And all the resources that they have, and all the talents they have, sometimes controlled by the state, sometimes not. Indeed, if there is going to be a competitor, I don't think it's going to be any other traditional state. It may not even be human intelligence. It may be that if anyone can kind of break out of that, it's artificial intelligence. And I just want to put two sort of things together here, which we're now starting to see slowly together in the wild. The first is that AI can replicate itself. That, it's still early days, but you have AIs now that are not dependent on humans setting up all their environments, and so they can go out in the wild and do things. They may not be artificial general intelligence that think exactly the way humans do, but they certainly interact with that world. And out of the Web3 sort of wave of the last couple of years, we also have distributed compute and distributed file sharing, which gets paid for by cryptocurrencies. It's censorship resistant. So we put together the idea of a censorship resistant AI that's living somewhere in the network. They might be unbound by the network states of China and the US, but I'm not sure anyone else is. And so that raises the question, where does it leave the rest of us, this happy UN of humanity that are not American and Chinese? And I should add, where does it leave a lot of American and Chinese who are not their state or some of those tech companies, because they have the exact same question within those systems? And I want to start off by working through three approaches that don't solve the problem, that are unsatisfactory. It doesn't mean they're wrong entirely, but they really don't get at the heart of the problem. The first of those is to approach this situation through control and rules. Someone here said the GDPR is a success. I think it was Yarmo. I'm sorry, it's not. Total failure. First of all, the way it's been implemented has led to a massive break on innovation in Europe. And the second thing is that we're now seeing that the cost of this is that Europe thought, okay, we're a big enough market, we'll force everyone to follow rules. Well, a lot of companies now are saying, maybe I just won't come to the European market, or I'll come later once I've figured things out. And so that doesn't mean we shouldn't have rules, but if we try and think, if we think that just with having control and rules and regulation, we can govern this, it's not going to work. The second is building specialized bubbles in kind of niches. So this is a nice visualization of the Estonian digital ecosystem, X-Road. In a sense, what Estonia has done is on certain parts of the layers of the technological stack for a certain ecosystem, it is built through a combination of open source and openness and its own standards, an ecosystem that it controls and can govern pretty well and solve some of these problems. And that works. But it's not a universal solution. It's not going to address all the levels of dependency in the stack, and it may not scale to the political economy of Europe or the world. And the third approach is something that now Europe is taking pretty seriously, which is the idea of, well, let's build our own end-to-end tech stack, a Euro stack. And while this might seem attractive, the reality is that we're so far behind that if we try and replicate the full layer of all of these technologies, we will just waste massive resources and we probably will still fail. Which isn't to say that we shouldn't do this in some levels of the stack, but the trick is, where do we focus? And so this brings us to the sovereignty, or the digital sovereignty dilemma, which is, we clearly don't like this situation where a lot of the world around us is going to be built by a combination of China, the US, and the AIs, with us having not too much of a role. But focusing on sovereignty as a concept may distract us from some more achievable things, practical autonomy and empowerment that we want. And I'm going to sort of lay out some elements of this dilemma. I mean, this is kind of a stack of some of the key technologies. It kind of optimistically says that we play a role in software and IoT, or at least Germany does. Realistically, it's a little iffy. It just kind of visualizes the problem. Realistically, Europe's got an entry in networking, thanks to Nokia and Ericsson, something of an entry in chips, but even it's more on the level of the whole supply chain for chips, not actually making the chips, and that's it. So like, if we tried to replicate an end-to-end sovereign stack in Europe, the volume of investments, the volume of things you have to get right, really, really tough. Now, when people look at what's going on in AI right now, they think, yes, but look, the infrastructure and the semiconductor, the physical layers are making so much money and are so important that clearly we should pour in our resources there. But what we see from previous technological revolutions is that is a moving target, and that phenomenon may not obtain over time. So if we go back to the mobile era, initially all the money was made by the semiconductor manufacturers, by Qualcomm, by ARM. And then the profit shifted to the device manufacturers, but over time it was really ultimately the applications and the service providers on top that collected a large volume of the profit. And the lower levels of the stack became commoditized over time. And that didn't mean those companies weren't important, couldn't be critical, but they weren't necessarily driving economic value. We see this in AI too, right? Foundation models are getting super cheap. Part of that is just Moore's law. Part of that is being role played by open source. And so it's hard to make profit off of just having a foundation model. And so people speculate, but it is a speculation that analogously where we're going to go to in AI is that the opportunities are on top in the application layer. And this brings us to the dilemma, right? Which is, if we're purely asking in economic terms, we want to make massive money off of AI, we are where we are now, it probably makes sense to put a lot of our attention, our effort collectively into changing a whole bunch of worlds, a whole bunch of ecosystems, sectors, using AI, building the applications to capture value. But, and this is a thing that many, many people, including Bruno, would point out to you, in reality, the entities that control those worlds can always tilt the game to be in their favor. So you might want to go build an application that takes a lot of value, gets too big. Well, if someone else has a chokehold on the infrastructure, or the hardware, they might be able to squeeze your profits. And so this is a dilemma. There is no easy answer. All that I want to do is offer you some practical ideas. This is not a coherent solution or a strategy. It's a bit of a random collection, and I will warn you this is highly opinionated, so feel free to disagree. The first one, probably everyone will agree on this one, is just to build up competence, to actually understand this world, know how it works on an individual level, on a collective level. So something like pushing for universal uptake, what Estonia is doing now with AI in education, and I hope across society, a brilliant thing to do. Just everything you can do to encourage everyone to be experimenting, deploying things, building apps. And the tricky thing is to keep up to speed with all the tooling. Because if you thought, okay, I know what the AI stack is, I'm going to build my own version 6 months ago, well, everything's changed. Like every week right now in AI world, boom, everything changes. And so that's really tricky to do, and it's hard to do at a systems level. So I'm not going to say it's easy to do this, but this is the first thing you have to do. You just have to be in the game. The second, this is going to be a little bit more controversial, is when it comes to data, like most of us, when we think about data protection, data security, we really focus on the confidentiality of our data. And I'm going to argue that that is a mistaken focus, for a couple of reasons. One is that, frankly, data is not that valuable anymore on the level of like your data, your little specific granular bit of data in this big world. We've gotten to a point where the AI foundational models are trained on the whole data of the world. And we're running out of data, and everyone's making synthetic data. So like, what is the value of your specific data set in that massive mixture? There is value, we'll get to that. On the other hand, the integrity of your data and the availability, like, can you actually access it? Is it there? Or has someone, taken down the cloud service? That really matters, because that gets in the way of you doing your things. Like, just to be really blunt about it, if someone compromises the confidentiality of your data, that doesn't prevent you from continuing to operate. That may have other implications. It may be bad, but losing the integrity or the basic availability of your data is catastrophic. And that's not to say confidentiality doesn't matter, but I think a lot of people overemphasize it. Now, data quality and governance in a broader sense still matter, and are still very important, but it's worth being nuanced in what has changed and what hasn't changed in the Gen AI era. So I think a couple things that haven't changed. High quality data are the rails for automation. We know this very well in Estonia. If you have a single identity, a single tag for all the references to an individual, you can automate services. If you don't, you have collisions, it's a mess. Garbage in, garbage out matters to the AI too. But unstructured data, which used to be unusable, or where you thought, okay, like I'm going to do a huge amount of work to put this into a more standardized format to deal with things being uneven, can be much more usable. So it matters whether that unstructured data is garbage or not, but merely the fact of it being messy and unstructured doesn't make it garbage. And that's a gift that Gen AI has given us. And then there's the question of data value. I mean, let's be very frank. We've got people, including Estonia, think, I've got a high-value data set. I'm sitting on it. I'm going to sell the data to someone. I'm going to make lots of money off of it. No, you're not. The money is in the value you create off the data. Yes, someone might throw away a few millions for a health data set, but the billions are in building the next generation of health applications. The same thing is true for mobility data, energy data, et cetera. So really focus on what you do with your data, not the idea that it's some bit of oil or gold that you're going to hand off to others. Which doesn't mean we're not going to have bloody fights over IP and data, but it's, I think, worth those IP holders also bearing in mind in those discussions that, the absolute value of their data, as data, it's there, it's not massive, it's the utility. Next, avoid lock-in. So this is super important. You may not want to, you may not be able to build your own end-to-end stack, but you want to get good at multi-homing. So open source, open data, open weights, that's always really useful. That will cover some things, but it won't be a universal solution. Where you can be vendor neutral in your architectures, and have failover plans so someone goes away, have a backup plan, and be very cautious where there's only one provider, where you've got the NVIDIA chips or the Starlink. And then taking those principles in mind, be really selective on where you build your own. It's not saying don't build your own solutions, and obviously with Gen AI, hey, we can all code apps in like 5 minutes. But be selective on where you invest the effort of building your own thing. Whether you as a state or an assembly of states like Europe, you as a city, try and reuse what's out there as much as you can, but be ready when you have to build your own. And now for what I think will be the most controversial slide, worry less about regulation. And I'm not, Europe, that's a collective thing, but very bluntly, dear cities, part of the impact of GDPR has not been that the GDPR says to do things that are bad and expensive, but everyone becomes super risk averse. There's a lawyer that comes and says, well, I'm not sure this could be a risk. Maybe we shouldn't do it. And that becomes don't do it. So I'm going to say some really politically incorrect things, because why is everyone worried about the GDPR? Because of the fines. If you look at the fines, you can actually download the database. These days you can use ChatGPT to analyze, which I did yesterday, sort of who gets fined for what. Basically, there are 3 things that get you big fines. If you're a big tech company, you get big fines because, that's fair, actually. That's your operating model dealing with data. You should be good at this. And you could dispute the individual fine decisions, but I don't think it's morally problematic. it isn't morally problematic that a big tech company might get a $10 or $100 million fine if they're really doing something wrong. Second reason you get big fines, poor cybersecurity. Like, there's no excuse for not just being competent in your cybersecurity, and a lot of the big fines are because of data breaches that occur for embarrassing reasons. And the third category is you do something like obviously unethical and bad. Like the Austrian Post, I think, got the third highest fine in GDPR history because they were just like completely like, without any regard for the rules, selling the data to advertisers that they had of their users. And they were a state institution on top, or semi-state. Everyone else basically gets pretty small slap-on-the-wrist fines, and most regulators take the approach like, we actually want to help people do a good job, not go around punishing them. So you can get worried about all the intricacies, or you can follow the spirit of the law, try and follow, but just go and do it, and take the risks. If you're in Estonia, the Estonian Data Protection Authority really doesn't fine at all. And just like obsess less about this. The regulation's there for a reason, but it's not meant to be a straitjacket. And finally, aim high. Set big goals. And I've put up here kind of verbatim a pretty large section of an essay that Mark Andreessen wrote last year titled Why AI Will Save the World. It's worth reading. You don't have to agree with him on everything, but he kind of lays out the positive case for all the good things that Gen AI could do. And I'll leave this up and you can read through this, but it's one example of the sort of optimistic, disruptive thinking. And my kind of call to action to all the cities here, to everyone who's solving the types of problems that we have to in the context of smart cities is, like, solve a big problem. Because if you solve a big problem, a lot of the other things will fall into place as a result of solving the big problem. You'll have to worry about having good data. You'll have to worry about a good development pipeline. You'll have to worry about the competence of people. And so, like, instead of all these abstractions of thinking of like a 28-step model for doing things right and being super anxious, solve the big problem and let that problem drive the solutions. And I think if you do that, you will not solve the digital sovereignty dilemma, but you'll find yourself to a sort of an equilibrium where you actually get done what you want to get done, you figure out a degree of autonomy, and you live your life. So don't worry, be happy, use AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucas. And you can still ask questions. I would advise you to do it pretty quick. But is there any questions from audience? Who wants to raise your hand? Okay, while they're thinking, I've got a quick question. Since you're now working also in Ukraine,
yes.
Is there anything we can learn, not just Estonia, but maybe the rest of the world, from Ukraine and their digital experience and solutions?
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, Ukraine is a case study in necessity being the mother of invention. Obviously, the last 3 years have been a pretty shitty case of necessity, but it's also led to more innovation in military AI and drones in the last 3 years than we've seen, I would say, in the world in the last 30. And what Ukraine is now trying to itself figure out is, can it take that process and reapply it to the challenges they're going to have in the civilian world as they rebuild, as they deal with 1 million demobilized soldiers and hundreds of thousands of amputees, and the list of challenges is really long. So in some sense, there's value to having your back against the wall. And if anything, what's happened in Estonia is we've all gotten a little bit too comfortable, a little bit too lazy. I think that the existential challenge of security threats is helpful. The other thing that they've been very good at is, and I'm not saying Estonia is bad at this, but they've been very good at doing like domestic innovation, but also welcoming in innovators from across the world. So you look at what they did in drones, what they've done with their kind of military tech. They've set up Brave One as an accelerator for the world. Anyone from a friendly country who's doing a deaf tech innovation, send them an email, send them a deck, and they will find a way for you to be in Ukraine, as many Estonian companies are, testing your solution. And so I think, I'd say for Estonia, we know everything we need to do. We have all the programs to do it, but it's an execution problem. And sometimes, like with Accelerate Estonia, I was on the mission board for a while. The problem was not the great ideas. The challenge was when you get into the friction of, well, there's legislation we have to change, there's a lot of work, sometimes you lost the energy. And so just keep at it.
Thanks. Jorma had a question there. We'll get you a microphone as well. Okay, sure. If your voice is quite loud, yeah. Oh, we've got a microphone for you.
I'm not particularly familiar or famous for my quiet voice. Anyway, thanks, great presentation. One question about the bubbles. Wouldn't it still be beneficial, for example, to consider kind of tech stack approach in certain domains? Let's take the obvious example of safety critical, defense critical tech stack. Wouldn't that be something we just should have?
Yeah. So I think this, yes, comma, and there's two provisos. The first is, and what frustrates me with the Eurostack approach is that it's European. Like, we don't like the idea of being stuck in an American or a Chinese stack that is kind of end-to-end controlled. But does that mean we have to build our own closed thing? Like maybe through a combination of open standards, a process and governance, we can build a global stack that's more open. And so I would say if we're going to take the resources we have in Europe, the market demand we do have, then let's find a way to not say no to the 5 billion users, consumers, people, the 160 states that are not Europe, the US, or China. Like, let's get them also to want to be on the same platform with us. And the second thing is, like, absolutely, those bubbles should be built. I just wanted to say, like, those are not a coherent, systematic solution. And I think that there are people who say, oh, well, look, we've got our little ecosystem and it's great, so where's the issue? And we know very well in Estonia that, like, we're dependent on so many layers of the stack that aren't built by us and that we don't control, that, like, those can come and bite us in the proverbial behind.
Thank you. I'm afraid we have to move on, but thank you, Lucas, Kristin, again for that.
Thank you.
Applause for you. So we'll continue with the next panel on the topic of regulation and innovation, friends or foes. And it will be moderated by Sille Sepp, who is the head of urban data ecosystems at Finnish Center of Smart Cities. The panelists are Silver Kelk instead of Henry Aras, who was supposed to originally be here, but he's, I'm afraid, sick. So Silver Kelk represents Minor Ülemiste city. He's the development manager there for future cities innovation. Did I get that right? Also, Stina Avo, who's the Chief Legal Officer at the Estonian Ministry of Justice and Digital Affairs. And Margot Roose, who's the Deputy Mayor of Tallinn. There's actually a question, I think, waiting for Margot already from one of the previous panels. And also Rainer Kattel, who was here also in the morning giving our one of the first keynote presentations. So welcome on stage. Applause.
Thank you so much, Silver, for the introductions. And hello, everyone, also from my side. Let's welcome our panelists, and then we kick off. I would like to actually start with some thank yous because, first of all, I'm very, very excited for having this discussion on this topic with such a great panel. A special thanks also for Silver to be so brave and agile to jump on board right away this morning. And of course, warm greetings to Henry to get well very soon. But also thank yous to the previous panel, because there was the introduction to the topic of regulatory sandboxes, which led to the final points about what does it mean for cities. And in this particular panel, we want to pick up that discussion and go exactly to the point about how do we then make the best worlds from both regulation and innovation in the context of cities and communities. Lucas also made a very, very good presentation, and if one could, maybe introduction is a downplaying for such a great presentation, but it highlighted many of the different important areas, what we need to consider in terms of data, AI, and technology to really actually start creating value for cities and communities, but also generally of our societies that go beyond the borders. And in this panel discussion, I'd like to actually focus in the context of regulation and innovation primarily on the aspects of how do we then use those assets, if one could call it like that, and at the same time, of course, find a way how this can be how it is regulated, how it should be regulated, and how can we, of course, also protect the values that we have so far agreed upon. To look what can we do with this. The final thing that I'd like to just say before going into the discussion is that although the topic of this panel is regulation and innovation, in a way, I want to also, in the end, zoom out, actually, to not talk so much about regulation as such, but really about the ambition to how do we actually ensure a good quality of life for our communities? How do we actually find ways? How do we protect the values that we have, including the rights of citizens and organizations to have that freedom to innovate and all of that? And of course, make sure that our economy and societies are thriving. So in that context, I'd like to first actually let our panelists to give your perspectives on this topic in this dynamic relationship between regulation and innovation. And if I may, and I'd like you to also bring a very practical example about how you come across this relationship in your own work. Maybe we can start with Stina.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for inviting, and very glad to be in this panel on this very important topic. And actually, it's a good introduction. We are actually dealing in a digital world today with the question how to make data valuable in order to reuse it, for example. If we talk about data strategy in European Union level, it has very different aspects. For example, how we can reuse data, what kind of quality measures should be there in data in order to make good decision-based data-based decisions. How we can, for example, if we talk about Data Act, which is not very much discussed in public, but it's basically a regulation that regulates services and products which have IoT component on them. So if it collects some kind of data from my usage, then how I can reuse this data. For example, I have a smartwatch who is measuring my blood pressure, and now I want to give it to my doctor in order to her or him make like better decisions on my health, for example. Also, what is very important is the fundamental rights of person. There is if we regulate something, it has to be trustworthy in order to build up trust in societies, in cities, in governments in general. So everything we do, we have to take into account different stakeholders who will be impacted. So it's basically measures are being chosen by the what are the best approach countering all the possible impacts, which gives also actually a long term solution actually, because we are taking into account very different impacts on sustainability, societies, and so on. And what we try to do is that we try to be innovative, and we try not to over-regulate things. So we are trying to make innovative tools inside the different acts. If we take the AI Act, which was discussed a bit earlier, is that there are actually possibilities for regulatory sandboxes, for example, to test your product on your environment before going on the market and giving and receiving a feedback if it's in compliance, or you have to think about additional aspects. Also, there are other different tools like guidelines which try to explain what was meant with the regulation and so on. So basically, we're actually building up not only the regulation, but the system behind it in order to help all the actors to understand what was meant and to be in compliance without severe consequences.
Thank you so much, and we'll probably come back also to the point about how do we actually support organizations. Let's move to Silver. What's your perspective?
Thanks, Sille, and also for recruiting me. I have a quite similar answer, I think. Here in Ülemiste City, we have kind of grown into the topic. I mean, the regulation side. We think that we have been in the innovation side for a while. It started with the kind of curiosity, experiments here and there, some kind of new solutions, new technology implementations. And I think a few years ago, we understood that the needs and the applications that we have grown to the level where we need to pay more attention to the regulative side as well. Now, over the past years, we have been laying that kind of groundwork for that by adding competencies to the team, looking over our contracts, educating ourselves about the kind of larger regulations and so on. Because some of the use cases, the practical actual use cases that we have, they are related with data collection from the kind of city environment by smart cameras, measuring traffic, people, the kind of mobility patterns. And while we were satisfied before just logging in our service providers' dashboards, retrieving some kind of beautiful reports, making some assumptions out of them, and actually handing this risk or that kind of awareness of the whole regulative environment over to them, those service providers, now we ask actually this raw data because we build our own automated systems in Ülemiste. We use this core data for other long-term research purposes and so on. We are growing into the topic where we need to consider that. But I add one more layer. Besides understanding the kind of larger regulations and national laws and everything like that, we also need to understand how we have built up the contracts with the service providers, those other private sector companies. Can we get this raw data from them? What we can do with that? Is it their data? Is it our data? Then we have our own personal working, the kind of processes, expectations of our own, the kind of KPIs, how they go against those regulations and contracts. It has been quite interesting journey. We continue with that, but mostly led by those actual smart city use cases that we have in Ülemiste.
Very good. And I hear also that one key thing is actually the learning experience, how to deal in this situation. So we'll surely come back to that part. What about Margot? What's your perspective?
Yes. So as we've heard already today, cities are growing, becoming more dense. And also more and more powerful in terms of purchasing power, but also decision making. So we have, from one side, quite some more challenges to deal with, and at the same time, we also need to be the birth of innovation. We need the innovation, and we have excellent sort of very, very diverse areas where we can experiment with innovation. So Tallinn has been in the forefront, I would say, with digital services. We've been good with the data of our citizens, and we are trusted. So that gives us a good position to current stage where AI and data are becoming even more and more important. So our Tallinners are happy with being the guinea pigs to a certain extent, which is not the case in a lot of other countries. So that's why I actually bring it out, because in Estonia we are very used to it, but this is not we can't take it for granted everywhere else. Now, when it comes to experimenting and data, in Tallinn we have a project called Test in Tallinn. So we are open for projects and companies to come and test and experiment here. We've had up to 28 projects now being tested in Tallinn since the beginning, from all over the world, but also Estonian companies. And this is where we run against the regulations quite often. I must say that we have to send back very good projects because of the regulatory limitations. We can discuss a bit more in the detail of examples. I see that we are using machine learning, we are using image recognition to offer better services. And this is a very important sort of choice by the city government, whether we push the boundary to offer a very high-level, excellent, cutting-edge, next-level services, or we take the no for certain regulation reasons, and we'll say, okay, sorry, we can't do it.
so far, I think we've found a good balance, and we are definitely pushing because the other cities are not waiting, and we need to also stay in the competition. So I think all in all, we are in a good position. There is a good sort of cooperation between the ministry, between the companies that are operating in Tallinn, and there is the willingness to take the risks and to see what else can be done. I have a few ideas of that I'm hoping we can discuss today here, but for now, yeah, that's the summary I would like to end with.
And cannot wait for the advice and recommendations. Rainer, what's your final thoughts? Not final in terms of the discussion, but to this first round.
Well, I think I'd like to add like three things. I mean, first of all, something from a bit more academic perspective, if you will. I think if you think about regulation versus innovation, I think there is no world without regulation. So even if you have no government whatsoever, and you have only private entities, they still need to agree on ways of conducting business with each other. So you have rules are part of human life, but the question is whether those rules are actually helping us to do certain things or they are only prohibiting. And actually, if you look around, very few regulations are only prohibiting things. Child pornography. We want to prohibit that. There is no sort of compromise around that. But most rules are actually they limit and they enable. So it's how do you get that balance right? So even if we go out here, there is traffic rules. These are rules and regulations. So some of them most of them are really good because we survive. Otherwise, only the big guys will survive with big Teslas, I guess. So so you don't want that kind of world either. So, but how do you get a world where the traffic is actually nice and good and city environment is good as well? So you want the combination. So that's like the first point that we shouldn't probably juxtapose, but we should find what kind of regulation actually enables. If you look at from the perspective of competition. We want a better competition, but not competition to the bottom. And I think the second point is, I think I can sort of connect with what Lucas was saying before. I think for cities, in many ways, the key challenge is actually data availability. So we have done quite a lot of work with European cities, and what we find is that even if you have a very capable city like Hamburg has a lot of independence in the German context, for instance. Oh, sorry. Oh, that was my phone. Anyway, I'll pick it up later. And they want to test and develop new solutions, but they have to buy data from Google because they don't own traffic data of Hamburg, and I think the question is not the ownership of that data, but the availability of that data. So I think cities like Hamburg are quite happy to have that data being in some sort of trust kind of ownership rather than public ownership. And so I think finding those ways of actually accessing that data, like the point you made about Ülemiste city, is actually having that access, I think is increasingly important. And I think the third point I would like to make, where really regulation is probably becoming really critically hampering or limiting European actors, is actually dual-use limitation, which is a military and civilian use. Even when I get European funding, I have to sign that my research won't be used in a military environment, which I don't know if you support Ukraine, it's probably quite difficult that your research is not actually useful for them somehow. So I think now with the changed realities, this is probably something that we have to look more carefully, and I think particularly around deep technologies and investment into deep technologies, where probably you want to have much less regulations and much less limitations and much more investment and deeper advances. But other areas where there's a lot, closer to users, for instance, and citizens and rights, and so you want to have quite a transparent and strict regulations actually. But then at the end of technology, you want to let it a bit more go and have it more enabling.
Thank you so much, and it already shows the diversity of the different aspects that need to be considered. But I do also see that we don't have any anti-regulation type of perspectives here, which is good, because I find that in the connection with innovation, it often becomes very binary in some way. Somehow that you can have either this or that, but not both in some way. And I'd like to later on a little bit discuss more about that as well. I have prepared my discussion for the discussion, but I just want to remind the audience here and online that do keep on using the Slido to ask your questions and add your remarks, and we'll surely also hear those in the end of the panel. Indeed, I'd like to come back to Margot and actually start from the perspective of cities as innovative or innovation ecosystems, because in the end, this is a forum for cities and communities and smart cities and communities, and yet we're talking about regulation that often is more either on a state or international level. Innovation yet it happens also locally in a way. So maybe you could elaborate a little bit more about the experiences that you've had either with Test in Tallinn or other cases, and perhaps also some successes as well as challenges, and maybe some guidance from those experiences.
Very good. Well, first of all, I think I would like to add to the previous round that regulation is good, we need it, but it's so easy to say no without discussing like how could we do it. So I think this is where we can really be all a bit more flexible, because it's sometimes, well, I bring the latest case that we had, well, this month actually. There is a project where a company wants to observe the use of bus lanes in the public transport. And of course, we can't have the faces of people in the vehicles being shown. So, but first they said, okay, this is not allowed. I said, okay, maybe we can change the technical configuration, make sure that everything that's not supposed to be shown, we can, you know, find a solution. Then, okay, maybe we can discuss it. To fast forward, we now have a permission to actually do the tests and basically hide the faces of people and still get the data that we need. It's been a long process. Quite often it's there is a no, and then we need to start the whole negotiating. But sometimes there is no. There is like, okay, please do it, and then we get to the, I don't know, stage 3, and then there is all of a sudden, oh no, what are you doing? If you continue, you'll be all in the jail, you know. And this is where we waste a lot of time, and it's very difficult because the regulations are even sometimes conflicting or contradictory. So to be able to understand what is possible, what is not always so clear. And also we have quite a lot of testing projects with drones, which are, as you know, flying cameras in its essence also. And then let's say we want to measure, see where the snow is melting in the roofs, to see where the insulation problem is. And then, but what if the neighbor lady is on the window and it gets captured somehow? And then at the same time, this lady is probably posting on Facebook no end of the privacy is a problem. So these are some examples that I wanted to bring, and I think often the discussion leads to maybe and then a yes solution. And it's just that I think in Estonia we used to be more risk-taking in the past, and now we have become a bit of the best student in the class, and I think that creates problems. So, I still see, of course, the silver lining, and this is where I wanted to come out with my suggestion. For instance, often the problem is that where do we keep the data? Is it safe? Is it possible? Maybe we should create some kind of government data warehouse where we keep the innovation projects data. I don't know if it's been discussed, but this could solve some of the issues, for instance. But I will hear other people's opinion now.
Just quickly, and this is what we proposed to the city of city of Hamburg, to create a third party, essentially like an NGO that owns that data and is governed by private and public partnership. So you have both companies and the government actually overseeing that data and creating an anonymous data that then companies and government can use both. And so I think it's a great way forward, actually, because I think there's also the being afraid that government now owns my data, and you see in the case of US, it's not a good idea if government has too much access to data as well, and so to have that kind of third-party ownership might be the option here.
And in some places, it's already implemented as well, like in the case of Flanders with the data utility company or so forth. And I think in that case, it becomes quite a different role because you start to be proactive in a way how you could also actually use that data for creating value. But then moving from this perspective of innovation, I think it's also the aspect of mindset and culture and not being afraid to test, experiment, sometimes also fail, but then learn from it, etc. So then we come to the question about in some way it's paradoxical to the regulation, which tries to also give certainty on something that things won't happen, the negative consequences that we are afraid of. Stina, you have a very good insight to the IT regulation on the state level. So what's your perspective on actually finding ways how to really support organizations to comply with the regulations where things really need to be in a certain way, but at the same time also avoiding the chance that the legal office really stops any experimentation before something has even started? What's your some ways how can we really support organizations in that?
Yes. Well, writing regulation to innovation is always difficult because you don't know the outcome of innovation, so you cannot regulate it. But which has been approach in European Union and also in Estonia is that we try to make it risk-based approach. So evaluate risks what happen and then take necessary measures if they happen. So there, as Rainer actually said, there are very few acts which prohibit something. But if they prohibit it, it basically means that it's against fundamental rights and democracy. So it's our values that we are actually protecting, our health, our citizens, our people, our companies. And how we write the regulation is actually we communicate, we make consultations with different stakeholders, either it's local authority, either it's some kind of business associations. So we propose some kind of solution or discuss solution what has come from European Union, and then try to understand what are the the feedback to it, and is it are we trying to regulate the real problem or not, and then give feedback based on that to our laws or European Union laws. And actually, now the communication has been given out by the Commission, which is also trying to simplify and make it more simple and more implementable, the regulations for the stakeholders. And one key element in there is also making the communication better between different stakeholders. And for example, one concrete measures they are proposing is this implementation dialogues. So basically, let's say an info table with different stakeholders, cities, businesses, academia, to understand if the regulations that are already in place, are they on spot, are they over-regulating, are they over-making compliance rules which are not necessary in societies, or are they gold-plating, making the things more strict in our law? What are the reasons behind it? And this dialogue will also try to help to find solutions in order to alleviate these things, for example. So communication is actually the first thing, I think, which should be.
Very good. And I want to actually come back to the keynote that Rainer you made, because basically you were talking about the dynamic capabilities within cities too, and one way is also thinking about the dynamic capabilities to navigate this relationship, which is often also quite challenging. What's your perspective on that? How can we also actually learn from this this research that you've done in this regard, as well as your perspective on the topic.
No, I think we see also on slide of questions, there's a lot of questions actually speak to the aspect of capability, and I think particularly around regulating very fast-moving sectors like data is. I think this is where I think the public sector needs to be very much hands-on in a sense, not hands-on trying to regulate it, but hands-on trying to learn from it. So making available, again, data to public sector to test and learn and use it, I think is really, really important. And particularly now, I think as large language models are enabling us to do so much with synthetic data, with all of those sort of hypothetical scenarios, and actually be much more experimental. I think that is really where I see the sort of the key aspect for when we think about what are the skills that public sector would need and capabilities, is really having that space. And then the sandboxes was one case, but as we heard in the morning, sandboxes are actually quite cumbersome thing to build and to put up. So I think I like this from we had a panelist in the morning session that mentioned Singapore, where they have mandated that every public sector organization has to use AI in one way or another. And I think that's a good way to learn, because you have to deal with that. And I think that would be something like that we think about public sector or city departments, that you should dedicate 20% of your time in learning to use all those tools, whatever way that is. I think is so vital, because otherwise we are indeed sort of trying to regulate because we are afraid, or we don't know, or we are afraid to admit that we don't know, and all of those things. So if you have a hands-on experience, it's much easier to actually deal with that.
Mm-hmm. For sure. I'd like to then continue with validating with you the understanding that really innovation and regulation is not so binary, because in the case of many of the regulations have actually tried to incentivize innovation in certain areas. In digital context, it's either the Data Act trying to increase data sharing, or Digital Markets Act trying to democratize the platform economy, etc. And on top of that, then there's also the aspect of compliance as a service is an attractive business area for many companies, which also supports innovation some way. So what are your perspectives and some of the examples what you could bring that either speaks to it or tries to also find that actually this is a nice thought but not so good in practice? What are your thoughts on this, Silver?
I agree, but on the other hand, seeing that regulation just creates new market just to fulfill some kind of mandatory boxes, I don't like to see that too much. It has happened, of course, with, I don't know, ESG could be one example. We have been playing in that field as well. We tend to think that we definitely help our community, our companies, and we do that. But eventually we all want to see that after all of that, helping, some real impact is created as well. Therefore, I would say it's quite complicated. Of course, we see that different regulations could create a new market. On the other hand, it also takes some investments out of Europe or out of Estonia locally as well. We have been experiencing that as well over the past year, I would say. It doesn't so much go for Estonia. It, I think, goes more about European Union, some larger international corporations maybe being more careful, making larger investments in our region, saying that it's not a problem yet, probably, but looking few years into the future, looking what we would like to do with AI, with some kind of data-driven new business ideas, it is more restricting environment than it would be elsewhere. So we will take our larger investments rather elsewhere, not in Europe. Well, maybe we can turn that around, kind of creating the market from private sector side, also public sector side, saying that, hey, if you develop your solutions here in this most restricted field, regulative way, maybe this is a competitive advantage in the future. It is the most safe, it is, I don't know, more advanced, more ethical, and that could be the kind of selling argument in the future for many targeted clients. Mm-hmm. So I think it's also how we ourselves take this issue. If we are grumpy, we always blame the regulations and some kind of new act, then we kind of create that kind of understanding that Europe or being here is bad. If we play it as our strength, we believe in it, it's our European values, then I think we can turn it into a bigger market than it is before.
Probably enforcement and the being very smart in how to actually enforce is really key here. But same question to others. What are your perspectives and maybe like something to add?
Yeah, thank you. I think what has come up in here is actually this legal interoperability and also technical interoperability, which is also a very important topic in the European Union. What happened with AI Act and why it was regulated on EU level was that otherwise we would have 27 regulations in member states, because different member states already saw some kind of issues with fundamental rights and they wanted to do themselves. So if we allow to make 27, it would be a lot harder to do your business in different countries maybe. So in order to like make it beneficial to do it in Europe, it's like one set of rules which everybody agreed upon. And maybe the other thing is that what we would like to emphasize is that you shouldn't be afraid of regulation, because most of the regulation also have these innovative tools. Either there are regulatory sandboxes, are there other guidelines, or some kind of technological legal tech solutions, some like privacy enhancing technology that could be used in order to like lower the risk of data processing with some kind of like technical solutions. So everything is basically allowed in order if you take consideration of the impacts and the risk and then choose appropriate measures legally, organizatorily, technologically. So you can use either bets or sandboxes in order to understand and make the risk lower.
Very good.
There's a question for you, Margaret.
I don't know if we are in the question
We can
round
integrate
already.
for sure the questions also from the audience already before we start to go into the direction of some advice or recommendations. So maybe indeed we can go right away to the question to Margot. So the question goes, how is Test in Tallinn serving the interest of citizens, especially if this is offered to companies from outside of Estonia or even outside of the EU? Many regulations are in place to protect the citizen. How could citizens object if these regulations were loosened?
Very good question, and I've had that question before. And of course, Test in Tallinn and being open is a choice, because there are quite some cities that do their sort of living labs only for their own companies of their own city, losing out a lot of opportunities, I would say, because being open means that we get the best innovation to be tested. And we are the first ones to also be able to use it. Our own Tallinn people are first ones to be able to use it. And I can just bring an example. We were testing a solution for the visually impaired and blind people in the Tallinn Zoo this summer. And I mean, if this works well, we are so happy to use it right away. And there are a lot of examples like that where we can benefit right away or very quickly. And also there is another little logic behind it, because if a company from another country, especially if it's outside of Europe, we've had a few from New Zealand, for instance. If they come to Tallinn or Estonia first in Europe and they test here, they are successful. I mean, we are hoping, and we've seen also some cases where they set up their office here, of course, and this is what we want, that they will bring their company here and make it as a European base here. So a lot of benefits. I haven't seen any downside yet, because of course we do follow all the regulations and rules. We are not testing anything harmful or anything that's not allowed. It's still all for the citizens of our own city and country. So I can go into more details, but I think that's in a nutshell what it means.
As a follow-up to that, one of the questions that I wanted to ask you is that, of course, regulation as a mechanism has a function, but even if putting regulations aside, there are probably also other ways how to ensure that we do things responsibly, make sure that we minimize risks, because at least maybe it's a bit naive, but I hope that everybody's still wanting to do more good than harm. So in that context, what are some of the mechanisms that you see in the city, how to self-regulate or govern these open experimentations, even if you're as a mindset you're quite open to those?
Mm-hmm. Well, and talking about the risk and how we manage that, we have a citywide experiments, and also if it's a little bit a topic or a project that needs a small area, then we have a good partner in Technopol, or even with, of course, Ülemiste. We are happy to make smaller experiment before we sort of make it wider again. But talking about regulation and also nudging the economy and the companies and everything in the city, we also use, of course, the tenders and our purchasing power to influence what is happening in Tallinn, what we buy. And well, currently we are in the making of the circular economy strategy for the city, which will also take certain areas of and sectors into focus, and will start influencing construction sector more, food and reducing food waste, for instance. So there are definitely regulations that help us to direct our city to the direction we want to go. So we definitely use that. So regulation can be for good and well, should be.
Mm. Rainer, you mentioned in your keynote also many of the cities that you've been working together. Have you seen also ways how those cities try to self-regulate if it's not only relying on the existing regulation that is coming maybe from the top level?
Well, I think part of it has to do with the culture of learning and experimentation. So if you have a mindset that you want to test and trial via pilots or what have you, then it's sort of natural that you're quite open to learning rather than thinking we have to regulate. So it also relies on collaborative culture and things like that. So I think that's definitely about maybe public sector being much more open to collaboration and learning through that, and being much more iterative as well. You don't need to regulate a lot of things. And of course, a lot of things are somehow regulated anyway, so there's very little that isn't really regulated. Most of the things that aren't regulated are interpersonal, interorganizational ways of working together. And that's the way, I think, to get ahead. And you probably, if you look at the city governments that have been successful one way or another, they are very good at building teams and collaborating. And that's both in terms of the leadership, but also in terms of having heads of departments, units, and things like that. So that's where I think a lot of the things are buried into just like a secret key.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned previously also the aspect of just having that connection even with people from the other team, to have a lunch break together and start actually talking with each other, what can we do and how to then do it. There was a question here before also about the combination of the regulatory burden and skills levels, as well as whether regulation is somehow affecting large players versus smaller and medium enterprises differently. Silver, what is your take on this, and what do you see actually either in Mainor and Ülemiste city, because you also have many smaller players within your ecosystem? What's the experience from other players and in the ecosystem that you operate in?
There are many ways how to answer this question. I'm just thinking first of that kind of angle that in Estonian case, we are all small. We don't have that kind of large corporations anyway. Even the biggest companies are in European scale small. But even in Estonia, between those small and smaller companies, we see that some companies can afford the kind of more people dealing with some kind of regulations, maybe some lobbying, project management and so on. The others have to be more universal. They tend to maybe sometimes overlook some things, or they are worried that they might overlook some things. We try to help in that sense by organizing that kind of community events to kind of talk about those issues. We create different networks for innovation and business development and other departments, so that the kind of collective information sharing can happen in the kind of business parks or innovation parks, that all of those companies are not alone in those topics, especially if they are not competing against each other in those issues. So definitely the kind of help for very small companies is needed. On the other hand, they tend to be more dynamic if some kind of new regulations are coming. So I think there are good and bad in being a small company. There tend to be, I think, more good things in that, and therefore I think Estonian companies adapt really well with different regulations. And I think the only expectation that they have, Estonian companies in general, the small and the smallest, they just hope that those regulations are stable enough, that they don't keep changing all the time. They don't have to be perfect, but they can't be reintroduced like yearly. We can adapt, we will adapt, but it's an effort, and we don't want to do that effort every year.
Some stability is needed for sure. We're starting to run out of time, but I want to still give the chance to also ask any questions from people here in the audience if you want to speak out loud. There's a hand there.
Hi, I'm Esko from Helsinki. I was wondering, are we paying enough attention to regulatory blind spots? So there's risks we see we can regulate, like AI, early days would make it attempted. But I'm drawn back to the 2008 when social media arrived and everybody's like, Yahoo, this democratizes everything. And Evgeny Morozov was saying, I know what bad people are going to do with this. And now it's an attack vector for informational warfare, and it's destroying democracies. And do we have a regulation for that? And what are the other things that we're not paying attention to that maybe we should?
Big question.
Because I think in general we're probably moving into an era where we have more regulations than less. So when we talk about regulation and innovation, partially because of IT is now moving very quickly into biomedicine, into all of those areas where regulation is vitally important, because otherwise we might kill people with bad drugs or whatever, or use personal information for really bad purposes. So I think we are probably moving into more regulatory area. And indeed, as you say, now you have countries like Australia, for instance, where social media use is prohibited for under 16s, actually, because we know increasingly that actually using social media, if you're a child, is actually quite harmful for you, if not outright very harmful. So there's lots of very good reasons that we probably leave this sort of like a capitalism on drugs that we saw the Silicon Valley based sort of let's break every rule and let's drive everybody out of competition, a la Uber or Airbnb. That was actually very harmful for cities like Barcelona, or made the downtown Barcelona unlivable for local people. I mean, what's the value of that innovation and that? But if that innovation reaches into chemicals, biomedics, all of those things, I mean, that'll be outright harmful. So I think we are moving into much more regulated area. So actually learning how do you make regulation that is good for society, increases value, but also enables small companies to work and be innovative. I think it will be a really valuable skill, actually, to regulate well, rather than have this sort of the regulation or no regulation. And I think there is a very, very big part of what we see now in the US is actually the people who always hated regulation now have direct power. They can just go and buy that anti-regulation, and we see why that is really, really bad, actually, for society.
Did I miss any other hands in the audience, just to check? If not, then due to also time, I'd like to just give the chance to provide some final thoughts from all of you. And also, if you have any final recommendation, maybe also call to action to either the municipalities, community representatives, companies here in the audience, how to perhaps better navigate this. And perhaps you can also then answer to the question that was still in the slide of whether innovation loves or hates regulation, and answer to that. Stina, please.
Yes, thank you. I think in reality they need one another. So innovation needs regulation and regulation needs innovation. So my suggestion to be to focus on smart regulations. Stability is also very important to the governments and actually clear rules. So we tell the societies, the companies, the stakeholders, clear rules, what they have to do, because if it's unclear, then it will create problems. So focus on smart regulations and also on innovative tools that can support implementation of this regulation's aim. So actually, what we want to do with the regulation is to solve some kind of issue in order to receive some kind of aim to receive. So that would be my suggestion or answer to the question.
Very good. Silver.
Yeah, maybe a recommendation to the private sector or companies. I just recall a book I read a couple of years ago by Evan Bernfield, Regulatory Hacking. It was kind of a playbook for companies to work with public sector and get through the regulations. There was this concept that when innovation is introduced in a city or a government, if it succeeds, the company gets all the praise. If something goes wrong, the municipality or the officials get all the blame. So I think the risk is unevenly kind of shared. Companies must acknowledge that and help the municipalities maybe bearing the risk, also sharing the praise, and actually to understand that lots of regulations are done in a very good way, enabling innovation. So that kind of regulatory innovation that the municipalities and governments introduce every year, maybe this could be more highlighted by the private sector as well, and that gets things rolling on a more equal basis. I think it's not then us against them or us against the regulations. We are all then for the same cause.
Very good.
Thank you, Silver. I think you did my job already, but yeah, just wanted to add that I see that Tallinn can be an excellent innovation hub, and taking everything into account of our central government, city flexibility, our history of being the forefront of e-services, all of that. I think we should all try to cooperate. It sounds a bit sort of cliche, but whenever there is a great project that all the stakeholders should try to think along, and I think we can solve a lot of issues, be it regulatory or anything else, and make Test in Tallinn great. So because like you I think said that tested in Europe or innovated in Europe, this is kind of a trademark. So I agree completely, and we do give recommendation letters for Estonian or other innovators who have tested with us if they wanna be, like there was an Estonian company Bikeep who was participating in a tender in New York for their products. So we happily give the tested in Tallinn stamp, explain our experience, and I've understood it's extremely helpful. So yeah, this can be a great success for Estonia, for Tallinn. Thanks.
Rainer.
I think I've spoken too much anyway, but I think it's just a quick final thought from my perspective is that I think we should be much better at learning to use regulation for our own good, both from private companies and from the public perspective as well. So it's rather than think, how do we get rid of it? How do we make sure that it actually enables our own goals?
Very good summary. With that, a big thank you to our panelists, a round of applause, and we then continue.
Thank you again, Silla, and all the panelists. We're going to have now a quick coffee break, about 20 minutes, and then we'll have time for another panel after that. So about 20 minutes. Thank you.
We're going to...
just one more presentation to go. So about half an hour. But before we do that, we've got another quick poll for you. So if you can again sign into Slido. And this time we've got a question. What do you think is the biggest barrier to implementing smart city solutions? Either funding and budget, lack of data infrastructure, public resistance, political will and leadership, technological readiness, or diverging interests among different stakeholder groups. Can I grab your attention there, please? Right, so waiting for votes. So again, quick poll. What do you think is the biggest barrier to implementing smart city solutions? Funding and budget, lack of data infrastructure, public resistance, political will and leadership, technological readiness. So we'll take a few more votes, 20, 21. Last chance to vote. Okay, let's close. So to the question, what do you think is the biggest barrier to implementing smart city solutions? Most think that it's a political will and leadership. There you go. Right. And now we've got time for another presentation for the last one. And it's interesting, it's from the entrepreneur's perspective, designing Hundipea neighborhood. And it will be given by Mari-Liis Kell, who's the head of green tech at Hundipea. She ensures Hundipea integrates top green tech practices with a background in climate change, emissions treatment, and engineering. She advocates for R&D-driven urban planning, sustainable cities, and climate adaptations. Welcome, Mari-Liis.
Thank you.
Okay, it's easy. Okay.
Where's the,
cool.
This is the
yeah,
clicker.
that one.
Hello, everyone. As said, I'm Mari-Liis. And yes, I will now describe to you our journey at Hundipea and how we have implemented, at least so far, smart urban space design. Firstly, I don't presume that everyone knows what or who Hundipea is. So a little about the background. Basically, Hundipea is both a location and a company. The location is nearby. It's about 4 kilometers from the old town in the northern Tallinn district. And it's an industrial zone. It's a harbor area. It's been closed up for the public at least 100 years already. And now we have an idea of tearing down these walls that we have and open it up for the public to create a space, a new kind of an urban space, both for wildlife and people. And the company Hundipea is basically the body that is doing this transformation. It was It was started by existing landowners in this area. Yes, we are a real estate development company, but I would say that we are not sort of a traditional real estate development company. In Hundibea's case, the existing landowners will put their land under Hundibea, which gives them in return per 1 square meter 1 voting right. Also, in the end, when we are producing already money on this area, then this will also be divided among the landowners similarly. And in the future, these landowners will not sell off everything that they have already, but will remain as owners through Hundibea, through the business and commercial spaces that we will be keeping. And all of this together creates this somewhat different background where we are very strongly motivated to ensure quality in this area, and we are able to develop this area as a whole unit so that the existing landowners aren't too keen to keep their lands profitable. It's fine by them if their land goes under social functions or park. They will still get the money back. So this is what we are striving towards. We are striving towards creating a lively, adaptable, and welcoming space for everyone. I said for both people and wildlife. Wildlife, nature is very important to us, and this gives both environmental and social quality in this room. People basically feel better when they have green spaces around them, and both the microclimate and the air is way better than in this case. Hundibea is a rather big area. It's 41 hectares, which is comparable to either Vatican City in Italy or in Tallinn case, about 5 Toompeas together. So understandably, this new urban area will not come into life overnight. It will probably take around 30 years to build it up the way we want it to. So this, in return, gives us plenty of time to ask different contributors to come and give their feedback how this urban space should be planned. Maybe urban planners, scientists, students, or the local community. In the end, this area will need to work for everyone. And the way we want to bring this into life is by going step by step, one smaller area at a time, and basically use the rest of the area as a test bed for new technologies, for new urban solutions. Basically the same idea that was already discussed today, the sandbox idea. So now going towards more specifically to today's conference's topic, the smart city, then I would say that we haven't taken smart city as a goal, rather than as a method of how to move towards. And by a method, I mean using data, analysis, research, and advanced technologies to create better quality in this area, to basically improve people's quality of life, to strive towards sustainability. And you might ask how we do this. Luckily for you guys, I have some examples prepared. Basically, also discussed today, human-centric planning. You might know the terms UX or UI design in tech or product industry, basically meaning that whatever you create needs to be actually useful. No one wants to create a product that the user doesn't want, or a product that solves some problem that doesn't actually need solving. And this also comes to urban planning. There's no point in creating spaces or buildings that don't serve the function that local people need to use or want to use. And for us, to understand what locals would need, we have every now and then small get-togethers where we discuss with the local community what they feel, what they are lacking, if there's anything that we can do already today to give them the services that they need in this area. And we also did a study with Applied Anthropological Center, where they went and talked to our neighbors, asked what they thought about life at Paljassaare, near us, and concerning our development, if they had any fears, and if they had any hopes regarding it. So this is what we found out. Basically, we got insight into how to improve their life. And understandably, many mentioned the existing fences. As this area is closed up again, then our neighbors had bought apartments, homes near the sea, but couldn't reach the sea. So the fences must come down, but also there's a local industry at the moment that creates noise, air pollution, also something that we need to take care of rather soon. Local services, everyday services are lacking. There's not too many food stores or places to spend time in. But on the other hand, there's nature, which is very, very important for local people. Public transportation could be better. And if in the future there will be smaller businesses, then people very much like those instead of the bigger supermarkets. They hope that the future area will be polyfunctional and for everyone, meaning that they don't want to see another residential area coming up that doesn't provide them with the needed functions. And also, it's very often that new developments tend to be for the rather rich rather than for everyone. So all of these points we very much agree with and will absolutely focus on in the next steps that we do in our development. But to go a bit deeper, we did some additional research as well ourselves, where we looked into what the demographics around us was, who was living next door to us, where they went in their everyday life, what were their destinations, what they needed nearby. And when now taking all of this into consideration, then we had our first, and so far only, PPP project, meaning that we brought together private, public, and personal levels. And we created a community garden where Tallinn City was the funder. I would say that it was received very well. Our next door neighbors had their first cucumber and mint plants planted last year, and sent some text to me at least once a week. They were very happy with this. The next project that we would want to do with the help of Tallinn City is to improve the local transportation land design. We had a feeling that something was wrong near the bus stops that we have at Hundipea. We did an analysis of pedestrian movements and discovered that 70% of pedestrians coming from the bus or going to the bus didn't use this area as it was designed, which creates hazardous situations every day. We gathered all this information, got some insights, got some proposals, and sent them to the local government. So let's see where we get with this. Hopefully, we can improve the situation. Another example of smart city planning is, as I mentioned, green spaces and nature is very important for us. But to have some understanding of where to go and how far we are with the goal, we did a biodiversity baselining study where we took environmental samples, sent them to the Naturemetrics laboratory in the UK, where they analyzed which organisms, which species had been in our environment 48 hours before we took these samples. This is some of the pictures of how we took these samples. There were some of 56 samples that we took, not only from our own area, but also from Paljassaare linnukaitseala, the Natura 2000 protection area, sort of to have this, maximum that we could hope to achieve with biodiversity in this area. We took samples from the sea basin, and also from the soil. And the results showed that, yes, we have some room for improvement, but the situation isn't too bad. We have already the base species that could be supported, and by supporting them, we could boost up this biodiversity quite well. Another example is CO2 emission calculations. We strive towards climate neutrality, which is a big word, but we don't expect to achieve this next year, in 10 years, or even perhaps 20 years, but hopefully after that. For this, we have done baselining as well. We have calculated our CO2 emissions already now with Hundipea. And we did also a modeling study together with TalTech and Plus Architects, where we looked into future CO2 emissions and discovered that by far the biggest CO2 emissions come from materials, which is on the graph here, the blue section. Usually when talking about CO2 footprint and reducing its emissions, people tend to talk about energy, maybe electricity or heating, but I would like to point out that that's not probably where the biggest problem lies. And this is also one of the reasons why we proposed this project to Finnas Center to look into how we could reuse already existing building materials. This is a picture of or 3D model of our future Hundipea district that we did with Plus Architects, and this was basically used as the basis for material volume calculations, for estimating where to put the PV panels in the future, where to put our green facades and green roofs, and also our local microclimate analysis was done on this model. We also looked at marine heating possibilities. We actually had 2 sensors in the Tallinn Bay where we got the temperature data for at least a year. That was used to analyze how much heat we could take from the Tallinn Bay to heat up the Hundipea area, or in summer cool it. apparently some additional support is needed for heating it. And we looked at wind and waves situation in the future. Luckily for us, the picture wasn't too bad. We probably won't have a big problem with winds and waves nor water levels. But again, we now have at least the data that we can give for the engineers when we go deeper into specific area or building engineering. And finally, the microclimate analysis. We used sun and wind data, also human comfort model, and looked into what will happen in the future Hundipea area. We now have a map for cold places, for warm places in the city. And this gives us information of where to put, for example, cafes with their terraces, or offices and bureaus that wouldn't need as much heat during the day. And it also pointed out something in our initial planning. I wouldn't say it was a mistake, rather than the initial plan for this area was done not based on any real data. But now we could see that there was this very wide, very cold street that probably people wouldn't want to spend time in. But we could quickly change the angle of this specific street and improve the local microclimate there in this area of the city. And additionally, we now know where to put green areas with higher trees to block out the cold winds coming from the sea. And with this, I will conclude. If you have any questions.
We do have indeed.
Lovely.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Okay, well, let's take the third one first then, because you just mentioned that briefly as well. How much do you expect sea levels to rise during that period?
To be honest, I don't know the number exactly, but we have 2 meters we are 2 meters higher than the sea level at the moment, so we have enough room for any rise. So it won't go over 2 meters.
Okay, and how do you integrate sustainability into urban design while maintaining economic viability?
In our case, the economic viability and sustainability come together when we create an urban space where people actually want to come. And it's a long-term investment, and sustainability allows us to have a very nice, very welcoming and high-quality urban area, and as the owners already are there with their business premises, then hopefully this will balance it out.
Right. It's a slightly tricky one, but it's not so actually tricky. Do you think the future residents of Hundipea will be similar people who live nearby? I guess it's one of the challenges, isn't it? Or maybe not.
We don't know. We hope that at least some of them are the same people that will live nearby. But also at the same time, this area isn't only for the new residents. This area should be also for the already existing residents nearby. So it would have to serve both already existing people there and also the new people coming to live there.
Right, and what is your car parking policy? Very specific question.
We have the idea that we don't want too many cars on the street. We won't be banning cars, but cars will be parked in parking houses, so that very often, yes, if the car is super close by, and you only have to go to the car in your basement. And in the destination, you can also park your car in the basement. There's not too much room for thought for any other transportation solution. So by having some cars, at least in the parking houses, we hope to motivate people to use other transportation means as well.
Right, okay, there's quite a lot of questions.
That's good.
Yeah, so, okay, let's take this one. Who are the current landowners in the Hundipea area?
It's all private. There's two bigger landowners, which is Bolton Real Estate and Seaside Development.
Okay. Have some of the study results, which obviously were quite comprehensive as you saw, been implemented by the city authority?
No.
No? I'm not quite sure what about the cafe? Or install the cafe room? Maybe it's concerning, is there something open already or? Not quite sure.
Hopefully this summer we can open up a cafe, yes.
Right, okay. Did you also do the services availability analysis and the potential induced traffic that comes along with it?
This is something that's being done at the moment.
Okay. Right. Where is the shipyard planning to relocate?
There will be a small cruise, no, not cruise, small harbour still there, something similar to Noblessner, where you could have your boats and sailing boats at, but yes, not the big Tallinn ships anymore.
Okay, so this one, it's a bit like a comment rather than question. I think at the moment the roads in northern Tallinn are already very congested due to the rapidly growing population. Yeah, we know that. Did you also consider the need to widen or build more roads?
No, we can't build any more roads or widen them, and we definitely don't want to widen them. We are working with the city to improve the local public transportation and to create alternative ways of moving around. Hopefully in this area, as it would be polyfunctional, then we hope that we can reduce even the number of movements outside and inside and at the rush hours, because you would have everything as you need close by, and you shouldn't have to go outside of this area too much.
Right, and the electric cars, well, I'm not quite sure what's the question about electric cars. I guess they are allowed, or is it? Or maybe the question is, are there only electric cars allowed?
Oh, no.
Okay.
We don't want to push anyone out with the car. Just hope that maybe sometimes you don't have to use the car and you can use some other transportation means.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Mari-Liis Kell. And that was a nice, quick question and answer session indeed.
Lovely, thank you.
So thank you very much. Here actually is a step there. Okay. And now I would like to give, for the final word, a stage to Ralf Martin Soe, who's the director of Finnish Center for Smart Cities. Thank you.
Hey, so hi everybody. No need to applause. Yeah, I have like two roles here now. But first of all, to try to thank everybody here, and then secondly, try to reflect a bit on what was discussed today. And starting with the first one, I would like to start thanking the audience, both here and online, for actually taking the time to attend our forum today. We had quite a positive problem like a week ago, but we got more registrations to on spot than we expected, and then we needed to close the registration for the online for the on spot participants. So sorry for that. But I just want to thank you all for coming, and thank you for taking this time, because the time is the most valuable what you can actually give us in being here. One day of your life is actually quite a lot. And I have decided to invite one of you to help me. As some of you know me, that I try to be involved in as little as possible in everything. And if I can involve somebody from audience, I'm happy to do so. I will not say who. Can it be you? I don't know. It will come a bit later. And I will mention as well what would be the selection criteria. And then I would just ask 2 questions from that person to come and join me. But reflecting a bit back from today, I think we had a very nice discussion about governance and AI as well. And I think summarizing it and reflecting it from my own perspective, it is clear that governing the cities is not that simple exercise as we are assuming very often. And it is becoming more complex if we talk about those grand challenges of cities becoming climate neutral and smart, for example. But very often it is assumed that city governments can decide it, can come together and think that, okay, let's become climate neutral and smart. But actually they cannot. Even if you have Yevgeny Ossinovsky here and then collecting its cabinet members, and they decide that Tallinn wants to be the smartest and also the greenest city, it is not possible anymore like that. Meaning that the power of city government to make decisions based on the behavior of citizens and companies and central government and so on is meaning that the city government is just one player among many. And the only way to do it is through collaboration, through nudging and so on. Because even if we think about the volume, either a volume of funds or the volume of data, then the city government as administration has just a fraction of that. If you talk about Tallinn, the GDP of Tallinn is approximately 1 billion. Tallinn city government is like the budget of Tallinn city government is approximately 1 billion. The GDP of Tallinn is approximately 20 billion. Meaning that everything you want to do, actually, like in terms of becoming smarter and greener, actually should somehow involve this 20 billion instead of this only 1 billion. But too often we think that this is the city government that can make very big, grand changes as well. And also, like maybe with that, we are talking about city as a place instead of city as a political administrative unit. And city as a place is way beyond the city administration or local government as such, what we have learned today as well. Cities in the complex topics, in the large problem, so to say, city is a one player among many, and then city has some means to motivate its residents and companies to do changes. But if the citizens and companies, if they don't change, if they are not willing to make things differently, there is no big transition as well. So this is clearly one very important point. And also like what we have seen is that we talked about a lot about dynamic capabilities. And what is also clear is that the city borders are also becoming way more dynamic. So like both geographical ones and digital ones. So if you think about the cities, like administratively, very often the borders have been fixed for years, for decades. They are the same. But if you look where people live and how they commute, it is changing every day. Every day, new people, like for example, come to Tallinn to live. Every time Tallinn is growing a bit. The same is with other capital cities, bigger cities as well. So meaning that it is way more flexible. And I think in terms of this big discussion about the experimentation setup and so on, I really liked this discussion about responsibility, sharing between the city and the companies. And I think as well that in terms of experimentation, we actually need to understand and learn how to fail. Because like innovation is a process, not only learning how to succeed, and I think like both individually or as a companies or as a university or as a city or as a government or as a Europe, we can all manage the positive problem of success. So if there is like a sandbox and it ends up being a successful case and everybody is thanks to that happier, greener, economically better off, it is clear that we can manage it. So success is something everybody can manage and everybody is expecting as well. But the problem is that innovation very often is also going through the cycle of different failures, learning how to fail and maybe one important part is for cities as well, that how to manage it into the process and how to kind of fail as quickly as possible and as small as possible as well. Because what Rainer Gatter in his keynote was also pointing out, that very often there's a big programs, big planning. 5 years later, everybody is wondering that who started it and why we started it and why this is the case. But I think it's like, this is very true what was mentioned in the panel as well, that for companies to fail, this is acceptable. For cities and for public government to fail, it is very complicated, and how to govern it, how to manage it, it's a really big question. Okay, now I come back to my 2 exercises. I don't want to lecture anymore, although I would be quite happy to continue that, because I see that you still have interested faces, and I really thank for that, both here and online as well. And I also, before I invite the person on stage, that might be you or might not be you, I want to thank some people as well, and the special credit goes to Team Reili and Team Reili jointly with Team Anne and everybody that helped organizing it, like Silla and Dominic and Lita and Luisa and so many other people as well. That my part was very minimum, and I really want to give applause to them before we move on. And now, that person who will be invited here actually knows it. So no pressure. I met her like 40 minutes ago, but we agreed it a bit beforehand. And then the criteria is quite simple. I would like to invite here the person who traveled the longest, to my understanding, to come here. And this is, Danielle, you can come here, or you can stay there as well. It's even better. And this is not Võru, this is not Helsinki, this is not even UK or Italy, but this is California. So and then because like it's important to listen to the audience as well, and especially from a very different perspective from somebody that pretty much knew nothing about this event, about us, and then we would like to ask you what brings you here, and secondly, what did you learn today?
Hello, everyone. My name is Danielle. I'm a master's student right now at Stanford. I'm studying management science and engineering. And some of my past research has been in behavioral science, neuroscience, and economics. But particularly, I've been focused on studying human-AI interaction. I've also worked in a variety of US tech companies, as well as in the federal government recently, working on electric vehicle implementation. But I'm really interested in studying going forward how different cultures and policies affect innovation and AI, and how kind of humans interact with AI. And so with that goal of studying kind of how policies differ across the EU and the US, I was really excited to come here and learn about ongoing work in smart cities, which I think has fit in really well with my work kind of both in the AI space and in electric vehicle and sustainability, which I'm interested in.
Okay. So I think formally this might be it. I don't know.
Yeah, I would just like to add that the event will continue with networking on at the same room where you had your lunch on the second floor. So from me again, thank you everyone who was also watching online and here, and hopefully see you next year. Thank you.